show up.
You're wrestling too.
He should be.
I don't need this. So, I think he should she said that whatever or last season, she said they don't exist. Okay.
But they're the only ones we have. So we have to pull the boss.
Boss. Yeah.
That guy, in order to pay him.
Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. It's 5:31. Welcome to the Alamo Union School Board District's November 20th board meeting. Ms. Martinez, can you please do roll call?
Today is a regular board meeting of November 20th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. Members of the board in attendance, President Linda Chavez,
Present.
Vice President Andres Quintero, Clerk Min Pham,
Present.
Member Cornelia Loera, Member Min Nguyen,
Present.
members of administration, Interim Superintendent Sandra Garcia.
Present. So we have quorum, and so can we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, Mr. Carlos. Can you please?
Good evening, Board President. Buenas tardes, Presidente de la Mesa Directiva. Good evening, board members, superintendents, and members of the public. Buenas tardes, miembros del público, Mesa Directiva. Remind me kindly, item 3?
Please.
Okay. Oh, before we start, para aquellas personas que ocupan servicio de interpretación, contamos con audífonos en la mesa exterior para hacer la interpretación simultánea al español para aquellos miembros que lo ocupan. For those members who are Spanish speaking, we have interpretation services. We have headphones available in the table that's in the hallway. Item number 3, bienvenida y explicación para los miembros del público. Cualquier persona puede hablar ante los miembros de la mesa directiva sobre algún punto puesto en la agenda. Las personas que quieran hablar sobre puntos específicos en la agenda tendrán la oportunidad de hacerlo cuando el punto sea presentado durante la reunión. Existe un límite de tiempo de 2 minutos para cada persona que quiera hablar. La mesa directiva tiene el derecho de limitar los comentarios públicos de cualquier punto en la agenda a un máximo de 20 minutos. Las personas que quieran hablar ante los miembros de la mesa directiva sobre cualquier cuestión bajo la jurisdicción del distrito que no se encuentre en esta agenda, tendrán la oportunidad de hacerlo en la sección 2 de esta agenda, de acuerdo a lo indicado en la parte de abajo. That was item number 3 of section 1. Ese fue el punto 1 de la sección 3 para los miembros del público. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you. I'm missing the pen. So we're gonna have the presentation, Miss Interim Superintendent Sandra, can you call your staff for the ethnic studies? Go ahead.
Did we get through
The
adopting the
reorganization
agenda?
of the agenda, sorry. I'm just wanna get right in there.
I was gonna ask if we can move item 2.2 to either right before the ethnic studies presentation or right after. They might want to see the presentation from the Mexican consulate.
Okay, which one do you prefer? You said either or, so which one?
It's a brief presentation, 5-minute presentation. So
Okay,
we
so
can do it right away?
Wait 1 second. We'll do the presentation
2.2.
of 2.2 first.
I mean 5.2, sorry about that.
5.2 first. And then, what did you say, Vice President Quintero? The second one was,
No, right before ethnic studies presentation.
okay, ethnic studies.
And that would be item 3.1.
3.1, thank you. Presentation. Okay, yes.
Considering that we have Maloney folks, First Nations people of this area, I'm wondering if you would consider having them, the presentation go first and having them present since they are here and ready to present before 5.2. If you all would be considerate enough to have 5.2 go after 3.1.
I'll leave it up to the will of the board at this point. We made my motion, so it's a very brief presentation that you can make.
So let's just keep the order we have, because I don't see anybody seconding it, okay?
I don't think anybody seconded the first motion either.
Okay, do I have a second on the first motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so do I have a second on the third motion? Second motion?
Move to adopt the agenda as amended.
Okay, so we'll put your item on third, which will be the, so that, we will put 5.2 first, then 3.1 item, and then what item number is yours?
That was it, 3.1.
No, hers.
Yeah, I was hoping that First Nations people can go first
No, what
before the
item
Mexican
I'm-
consulate.
I'm sorry.
3.1. I was
Thank
hoping
you.
that we
No,
can put,
No, excuse me, I just asked for the
yeah,
item number.
so no.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Thank you for considering.
Okay, so, can we start with the 5.2 presentation? First, we're gonna see if the agenda, to adopt the agenda, do I have a motion?
So
There's
moved.
a motion and second.
Okay, and a second. I just wanna make sure that, Ms. Maribel got all that, and so, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, so, opposed? Okay, so,
Um,
400?
So we have item number 2 going next, right?
401. Hold on.
Yes, and then next is item 2, public members who wish to address the board.
All right, I'm sorry. You're talking while he was talking, so I heard what he said. I didn't hear what you
I said
said.
it before him, but if you hear him first, that's great.
Okay, all righty. So let's move on to 2.2. The
Or
board,
item 2.
excuse me, item 2. And he-
public comment?
Let's just item 2, there's no just item 2. Public members who wish to address
okay.
the board.
So item 2, public members who wish to address the board. Thank you for being all ready. Okay. So.
Oh my God.
So can you put the timer on, please? So we're gonna allow, how many speakers are there for right now? Okay, so we'll allow 2 minutes for 10 speakers each, 2 minutes each. Okay, 10 speakers tops. Go ahead.
Great. Hi, my name is Veronica, and I am a parent of a child at San Antonio Elementary. And I'm actually here to talk about the dysfunctioning of San Antonio and Lucha that is happening. Our students have been, their social emotional has been impacted severely. Our teachers are actually fighting against each other and coming down with all that rhetoric. Unfortunately, it is not to fight Lucha, it is not to fight San Antonio, it is to fight this system. The system that got them there. The system that put them together and that has not provided any resources. The system that has not cared about our children. My child started self-harming because of instances that have happened within the school of the same kind. I also want to talk about how the special education director has been asked to go, and he has not gone. So, Mr. Tony, whenever you have a chance, please do stand over there at San Antonio and Lucha because they need your support. As well as any of you, going beyond the holidays, going beyond to take pictures and seeing how our schools are doing. We also heard that the Luchas, where Lucha was before, is going to be rented to a church. That profit, what's going to happen to that money? Because resources are actually, they got cut down. Grail Family Service, who gave tutoring one-on-one, yes, you can read, has been cut down because they didn't have space. That is not news to anyone. So resources have been cut down. The lack of anything that coming down to the school has been cut down and continues to be hurting our children's social emotional well-being, their academic well-being, our families, and our teachers. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rocío y soy mamá. ¿Perdón? Oh, sí, perdón. Sí, cómo no. Sí. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rocío Ocana y soy mamá de un hijo de San Antonio. Ocana.
Hello, my name is Rocio Ocana, and I'm a parent of I have a child at San Antonio. I have a parent of a child at San Antonio.
Mi hijo Isa, desde los 3 años, ha recibido terapia del habla.
My son Isa, since age 3, has been receiving speech therapy services.
Se lo han dado de alta porque el volumen de niños que tiene ahora la terapista
He's been exited from the speech therapy because of the amount of the caseload of kids that the therapist has.
es solo una terapista para Lucha y San Antonio.
It's only one speech therapist for San Antonio and Lucha.
Yo no estuve de acuerdo que me lo dieran de alta, pero
I
no tenía
disagreed
opción.
with having him exited from the speech services, but there was no other option.
También en su mismo salón tenemos niños
In the same classroom that he's in, we have kids
que son supervisados por jóvenes del YMCA.
that are being supervised by young members from YMCA,
Son niños que no han querido ser diagnosticados por la psicóloga de la escuela.
and some of the kids haven't been the school psychologist hasn't wanted to diagnose some of the kids that are in the classroom.
So, ¿cómo funciona esto? Es el joven del YMCA lo toma fuera del salón por unos minutos
The young man from the YMCA or young lady takes some of the kids, takes them out there,
y lo regresa a clase cuando ya está calmado.
and when the child is already, calmed down, he brings them back into the classroom.
Lo que mi hijo está aprendiendo todos los días
What my son is learning every single day,
es que ese es el sistema. Cuando te portas mal, te
That's-
sacan del salón.
that's a system that when you misbehave, they take you out of the classroom.
Y después de media hora te regresan.
Half an hour later, they bring you back into the classroom.
No quisiera mencionar las malas palabras que estos niños dicen todos
I don't
los
want to
días.
say all the bad words that these kids say every single day.
So, estoy muy preocupada por ello.
I'm very
Gracias.
concerned about it. Thank you.
Well, board, I'm back. You'll excuse my voice. I just got done coaching a match against Leyva, where our girls team absolutely smashed them. I think it was 46-2 or something like that, and our boys lost 42-40 because we didn't have enough wrestlers. They won all by forfeits. But that's not enough about that. We had 6 8th graders who were recognized because we did not have a home match this year. Our 8th graders were not able to be recognized in front of their school. I'm hoping that's something that we can do. But my daughter Izzy, who is an 8th grader and former county champion from a year ago, she's looking to do it again. We have a lot of kids. Can say there were 2 of you that I've seen at our matches. And one of us, we saw the excitement. Yeah? The others, let's see you get out there. Yeah? Our kids deserve it. We had the first match at Ocala, the first match in that big gym. It was humongous. People all over the place. And yet, we didn't see you. Okay? We cannot say, and I just hear this, we cannot say that we are here for the kids and then not show up. We cannot say we are for the kids and accept money. That when our kids need the money, whether it's legal or not, is irrelevant. Whether it's ethical, that is what is important. By the way, last meeting, or 2 meetings ago, I heard one of the board members said that another board member had gone to Disneyland. I looked into it. This person was at a conference for board members, which probably everybody should have been at. It's on leadership. If we're going to be leaders, if we're going to help our kids, we have got to stand up, take responsibility, put the money back in the kids' hands. Let those who want to help the kids work and learn, let us do our job, but give us at least the resources so that we can help these kids achieve something more. Thank you.
Good evening, Superintendent Garcia, President Chavez, and trustees. My name is Vince Tran, proud painter at Shepherd, parent of 3 students at Shepherd, painter at Shepherd. And today I want to talk about something positive. I want to talk about how excited we are. On your board agenda, I think it's on consent anyway, You know, it's our very first Painter PTA sponsored event that we've been able to put together. The PTA was formed in September. A lot of parents are really excited and engaged and want to contribute something meaningful to the school, to bring more fun and to bring more spirit to the school. And so for the first time in a very long time, not only do we have a PTA, but we have a walkathon. We're so excited about it. And so we really appreciate the board's support of the PTA. If you're not familiar with the PTA's slogan, this is the state and the national PTA slogan. It's every child, one voice. And we really are leaning into that as a PTA. And we want to be a PTA for all students and a PTA for all families. And anyone, if you know, can join the PTA, whether it's the parents, guardians, even the students, community members, and even board members. So we even invite you, board members, to join our PTA, right? To put your name on the roster and contribute. And there's a lot of really exciting things happening at the school. We just want to say that there's so many beautiful things happening at Painter. Really appreciate your support. The staff is amazing. The school is amazing. Just really happy to be there. Thank you.
Well, interim supervisor and trustees. It is critical that the board has accurate data when making decisions about school matters. In December 2024, trustee Sheldon asked how many students could fit in Fisher with the current accommodation and was told 1,200 students. This was incorrect because K-3 class sizes are smaller than what was projected. The board was also told that the projected savings was going to be $1 million through the merger. Parents highlighted this as incorrect and inaccurate. What's the current reality? Potential savings are now dropped to $500,000. To fit 1,200 students, you need to add at least 8 additional rooms, if not more, which were not part of the design. And Fisher cannot safely handle 1,200 students. There is insufficient drop-off area, parking, or cafeteria space. Revenue considerations. Since last year, Adelante 1 and 2 added 83 students, generating $1.2 million additional revenue than the previous year. So it's not just about savings, it's about additional revenue. The school could still add revenue of approximately $400,000 without consolidation, just filling it out. Consolidation risk has high risk of losing between $500 and $1.5 million because we have 84 families who are fed up and are ready to leave, and it is real. The board should pause discussions around consolidation of the Adelante schools. Current projects should show the merger would reduce Allen Rock revenue, strain facilities, negatively impact students, teachers, and families, rather than provide the promise and benefits. It's time to stop and reset with real data.
Hi, I'm a parent and proud PTA member of Painter at Shepherd as well. I just wanted to echo what Vince said. There's a lot of great things happening at Painter, and it's thanks in part to the board's support of Painter, keeping us open. I mentioned in a previous board meeting that our family is from Berryessa School District, but we transferred into Alum Rock because when we toured Painter, we could really feel the strong presence of the administration, the teachers, and we believed in them. That's why we decided to move our kids out of Berryessa into Alum Rock. We really appreciate the great environment that's been set at Painter, welcoming, open to feedback, warm for the families. And so I just wanted to put it out there that we appreciate the environment at Painter and the board's support of Painter. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Rosemary. I live across the street from Fisher Renaissance School that is going to be converted to I believe, Adelante. My issue isn't with the school. It's with all the traffic, with the parents dropping their kids off in the middle of the street, parking, leaving their cars there, honking, parking in my driveway, blocking my driveway, throwing their trash on the street. It's not safe for the kids when they drop them off in the middle of the street. They don't care. They don't live there. I do. It's the safety of our community that I'm worried about. And where are they going to park? There's not enough parking that they have right there. What are you guys going to do about that? That's my question.
Hello, Maestra Diaz here, Adelante. I'm speaking to express my concerns regarding the consolidation team for Adelante and Adelante 2, specifically the transparency and equity of the selection process for this group. Recently, I was instructed not to attend further consolidation team meetings until there was a clear justification for my participation as Adelante's 8th grade ELA teacher and as Area E-Board 6-8 director. I attended the second meeting as soon as I became aware of it and intended to participate in the third. However, I was approached and discouraged from attending until my involvement could be justified. This is deeply concerning. I have been a part of Adelante's middle school team since before the middle school existed. I have continuously committed my time, expertise, and support to our program, our students, and our community. I had every intention to contributing collaboratively to the consolidation team. Instead, I now feel shut out of the process that directly impacts the future of our school community. My participation is important because the decisions made by this team will shape the culture, climate, and academic direction of the new unified Adelante. Excluding voices with historical and instructional knowledge of the program is a disservice to the community we serve. Therefore, I respectfully request clear answers to the following questions. How was the consolidation team formed? Did all staff and community members from both Adelante campuses receive an equitable opportunity to participate? Is the current membership of this team exclusive or by invitation only? If so, who made these decisions and based on what criteria? Given the importance of this work, it is critical that the process be transparent, inclusive, and fair for all stakeholders. I look forward to a clear explanation and corrective action if necessary. Thank you for your attention.
You're the ninth speaker.
Jorge Mur, I say good day, good evening in my Chocheño language. I'm the chairwoman for the Muwekma Ohlone tribe of the San Francisco Bay Area. Good evening, board members and President Linda Chavez. I'm here today because a video was shared with me on your October 23rd meeting based on the proclamation and land acknowledgement acknowledging our people of this area. But you read, most importantly, President Chavez, you read a letter from Zoe Lofgren, and I'm here to correct that letter. This letter is very troubling, and it's falsehood. The assertion that Congress never recognized a tribe that was denied through the federal acknowledgement and administrative process, this is simply not true, and Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren knows it very well. In fact, Congress voted to recognize Little Shell Band of Chippewa Indians in Montana in 2019 in the National Defense Authorization Act. Little Shell had been denied in the process, the federal acknowledgement process, just like we did, under continuity, just like we did. We were denied under the same facts. But what did Congress do? They corrected their administrative department's mistake, and they took action because they have plenary authorization to do so. So Zoe Lofgren's assertion that they don't have authority to do it, it's wrong, and very wrong around the community that you're reading this letter. I would like an apology from your board and Zoe Lofgren to correct that mistake and that falsehood, because it's just plain a lie. This mere oversight is a deliberate misrepresentation.
Thank you.
One more thing
Thank
I'd
you.
like
That's
to
it. Your time is up. Thank you. And this.
You're very disrespectful, and we want to let you understand that you don't speak on behalf of our people if you actually stand on the words of an oppressor who's actually been fighting us from day one. Your houses all are built on Muwekma Ohlone territory, and that's the blood of our land. That's the head of our chiefs. We understand our spiritual journey as we've been fighting since day one. Nobody here has the right to tell us in a political way that we are erased. What you are doing is erasing our families. Our children will be here to take on anything that you bring as we are educating our children on all these political fights. From the school systems, we work with San Jose State, Stanford University. We're raising our flag, and you better be there on December 16th at City Hall, San Jose. We are inviting you. And we're also inviting you to find some healing at our ceremonies at Mexica New Year, California Nights, when all of our community we invite in solidarity to come and join us with these ways of our words, of our cultura. You have to understand what side you stand on when you're choosing the side of a colonizer to tell us who we are on our own very land. This land is stolen, and we will continue to fight as we traveled all the way to Washington, D.C. The Trail of Truth. Everybody, please educate yourselves and look it up. This is something we have a very, very strong passion to do and to continue our struggles. There's no rights that you hold as a relative. And yes, I identify you as a relative because you carry the same melanated skin as me. You don't sit in higher places with those colonizers who tell us that who we are. Your family has traveled here as a relocatee, as a relative who's traveled and fought for their right to stay on this land. And we don't tell you to leave as you are a visitor, and we pray that your ancestors find you in the next world. You have to understand what we're about. And this is not a game. This is our fight for life.
Okay, he was our 10th speaker. I'm going to allow you to speak, okay? But you're going to be the last one. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, hello, board. One of the things we've been saying all along is that the numbers are incorrect. Because if you look at the numbers that Social Works has been providing since 2020, as of right now, Adelante 1 should be at 427, Adelante 2 should be at 239, and Painter should be at 250. Where in reality, Adelante 1 is at 538, Adelante 2 is at 433, and Painter is at 440. Dual immersion schools are different than the regular schools. The numbers have constantly gone up since the COVID. So yes, all the other schools have gone down before the mergers, but the three dual immersion schools have always gone up. So now we're saying, well, we're probably going to lose 10% if we merge Adelante 1 and 2. That's $1.5 million to save $500,000. The math ain't mathing. How are we going to be
Recording in progress.
losing $1 million a year to save $500,000? That's according to the numbers that's been provided. The 10% comes from last year when we were closing the schools. Those are numbers that all been provided to the board or from the board that we've heard. So, I'm not making this up. These are the numbers. So, compromise. Move just one Adelante. Move just one Adelante to the Fisher site, because in reality, that's what's the most important, is that you guys retain the Fisher site because of all the investment. One or two, pick. But just move one of the sites, you'll have less likelihood of the students leaving, because, as we know, the Adelantes, the dual immersion schools, have the most kids out of district. So if the out of district kids leave, that money is gone. And mind you, a lot of these districts already have dual immersion schools, but they choose to go to Adelante 1 or 2 because the teachers, they've been there for decades and they have a reputation, and that's why they stay. Thank you.
So on the special presentation, Ms. Interim Superintendent Randa, can you call your staff for the ethnic studies presentation? 5.2.
Are we doing the
5.2 item?
Mexican consulate one first?
Oops.
Yeah, I think we're doing that one first.
Excuse me, 5.2 item
Yes.
on the consulate.
I'd like to welcome our Mexican consulate representative to the podium. He has a very brief presentation for us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity, Ms. Chavez and board.
My name is Hugo Juarez. I'm the Deputy Consul General of Mexico in San Jose, California. And we are here in order to propose to the district a partnership in what we call education orientation window, Ventana de Educativa of the Mexican Consulate. How do I do this? Like where? Where is it? Here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, there it is, I think. Okay, this is a program created in the 1990s and now is working in many of the Mexican consulates. We have 53 Mexican consulates just in the United States, and around 40 of them have this program. The program tries to provide free education, guidance, and information to Mexican and Mexican origin communities, and focusing access to education, revalidation of studies, scholarships, adult education, parental education, and more. Okay. Facilitates access to educational opportunities both in Mexico and the United States, helps families navigate school systems and understand academic pathways, promote lifelong learning and inclusion for migrant communities. Guidance on the U.S. and Mexico education systems, all levels, information on scholarships and financial aid, support for revalidation, accreditation of studies, adult education for parenting courses, distance learning, and community workshops. As I told you, there is 40 windows of education, ventanillas de educación, as we call them, in all over the United States. The way it works is the IME is a Mexican Institute for Instituto Mexicano en el extranjero, en el exterior, is a office inside of the Foreign Affairs Office, inside of the Mexican chancellors, and it coordinates these works through local partners, fiscal agencies, and the consulate staff. All partners follow IME Operational Guidance 2025. IME and the consulate approve all agreements, a memorandum of understanding. Resources must be exercised within the frame of same fiscal year. The way is: 1, express your organization interest to the consulate, review the IME guidelines and sample MOU, confirm capacity, receive and administer funds, and collaborate on the annual work plan with measurable goals. Thank you. This is, well, to be very, very clear, is just a proposal that is making the Mexican consulate to this district in order to be our partner in the now and in the future in this event.
Vice President Quintero.
Madam President, I would, as a person who brought this forward, I would urge my colleagues to support this effort. I think it is a completely straightforward, common sense thing that we should engage, a program that we should engage in, because it's funds coming from the Mexican government to collaborate with us to give support to Mexican nationals. There's a lot of folks. Consul, ¿cuánta gente acude al consulado por semanas?
Every day we receive at least 250 people. We're talking about 1,250 people around every day, every week.
And so, with that being said, you have a captive audience of folks right there. Obviously, not everybody's from Island Rock, but the vast majority are coming from Santa Clara County. They also have folks coming in from Monterrey and other districts, Santa Cruz as well.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of people are from Santa Clara County. That gives us a captive audience with which we can work to provide services, in addition to encourage them to enroll in our schools, given the fact that we're in declining enrollment. I think this is a benefit that benefits us all. I have served with IME as I'm an alumni of their advisory body, the Institute for Mexicans Abroad. It was an advisory body to the Mexican president. And so I would encourage this board to approve this action so that we can go ahead and engage with the Mexican consulate, have them come and have staff come back to us at the next meeting with an MOU that would allow us to move forward with this partnership.
So are you making a motion?
Yeah, that's a motion.
Do I have a
Bill,
second? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any public comment on this item? Seeing no public comment. Any trustee comment on this item?
Muchísimas gracias por estar aquí.
Gracias, Corina.
So as a Chicana from parents who migrated here from Zacatecas, Mexico.
Okay.
Proud, to have this MOU. I think for me, there were some questions because there was no MOU attached to my book. I didn't go into the MOU, so I hear that there's money coming to this district, that it would be a partnership where the Mexican consulate would support this district with resources.
Well, it's, yes, it's to support this district with the Mexican consulate, but at the same time, we have to be clear that we do not only support people from San Jose or the eastern area of San Jose. The Mexican consulate in San Jose has jurisdiction, well, we call it different, but jurisdiction over 4 counties in Southern Bay Area. We are in charge of the Mexican affairs in the counties of Santa Clara, Santa Cruz, San Benito, and Monterrey. And well, we provide the services for all of them. But yes, the idea is that having a majority Latino population in this district, we believe that would be very important and very interesting for us to help the people of this area.
She would be investing in our community.
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not, putting money out again.
We're not asking for money. On the contrary.
No problem.
We are,
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was said out loud.
Yep.
And as the oldest in my family, my mom still depends on me to, help connect. So she actually comes here from Alameda County and brings my tío who needs services to get services. They were just there a couple of weeks ago aquí en su oficina. So thank you so much for providing resources, not just to San Jose, but the greater Bay Area as well. So yes, my family has been a beneficiary of your services there. Thank you so much. So that was just my main question, just because I didn't see it in my board book and I didn't get it. And so thank you so much. That was just important. Thank you for investing in our community here at Alum Rock.
I would like to say that the Mexican consulates have, we can say, 3 legs to work. One of them is documentation. Another one is the protection of the rights of Mexican people in this area. And the third and very important one is the help to the community, the development of the community. And we have been doing that for the last, we can say, 30 years, and we develop more and more different programs. One of them is the educational one. We have another talking about health. We have another talking about the rights and help to the original communities of Mexico that live here, especially where we actually, our Council of Comunidades, she is one of them. She's part of a original group in Mexico, and we're very proud of that.
Vice President Quintero.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're abundantly clear, because in the agenda, it clearly said that this was directing staff to move forward and explore an MOU and then bring an MOU back for the board's consideration.
Yeah.
There was never any mention of an MOU already being developed. So I want to make sure that people don't think there's some underhandedness or something's being, kept from the public. The agenda was very, very clear, saying staff go out there, develop an MOU, and then bring it back for the board's consideration by the first meeting in December. In addition to that, I want to underscore that I was fascinated to see having visited the Mexican consulate for services myself, to see the direction that the government has taken. A lot of people go out there and say, Mexico, it's a backwards country, or there's no, it's not underdeveloped. And we walk in, under the leadership of President Sheinbaum, we've seen significant changes, obviously Lopez Obrador as well, where we walk in and there's an elderly woman, happened to be there with a guy who happens to be a staffer for another elected official, and she happens to be his grandma. He's walking her in, and they say, hey, come on over, you're an elder, and then you were entitled to come up to the front of the line. That was fascinating to see a government agency that's proactive, that has rules in place that allow the elderly to be able to function in a society where, when their body's now giving out, it's weaker, they're able to come on up and take the services that they need. Having a son who's autistic, the staff was proactive, observed that there was something there. Obviously was very, very careful not to make any diagnoses, but they said, hey, and so eventually we said, yeah, he happens to be, and they're like, all right, get up to the front of the line. understanding that those folks that have children with special needs deal with the particular situation of having to be looked at as if you're a leper or something's wrong with you. Why don't you slap that kid? And so we avoided that by that shaming, by being allowed to staff taking into account his condition and moving him up to the front. And so just wanted to make sure to underscore that there's significant changes. People have these outdated notions and ideas. Mexico has a government that has a quota system, and it requires a certain number of seats to be occupied by women in their Congress. And so,
50%. Half of them has to be women.
and so those are the things that I just want to underscore as we have the representative from the consulate here to some of the observations I was able to make myself, and to kind of dispel some of those outdated notions that people have from whenever they were kids or whatever. So those are my remarks.
Okay, I want to say something now. You said rules in place. So under item, I just want to put this on notice, and you can also see that the district provides the agenda for the public. And under item 5, superintendent board business, board discussion and/or action. So it is okay to take action before we do the vote. I just want to let you all know that it is on the agenda here under superintendent board business. Go ahead, Mr. Trustee Minfan.
I'm supportive of the motion, and I thank you for coming here to present to our district tonight. You know, with so much of our student population of Mexican heritage, I look forward to a positive discussion between the district and the Mexican consulate. And, I hope that we can have a good and strong partnership that serves our communities in general.
Thank you, sir.
And one more thing, and I'm glad to see you here. You guys do good work, and I know that that is one of the steps that must be taken in order to retain citizenship or a green card. And I thank you for being here. And so now we're going to go for the vote, okay? All in favor, please raise your hand. So the vote passes unanimously, 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Thank you, Andres.
So on the next item, 3.1 item, we're going to have Ms. Interim Superintendent Sandra. Can you please ask your staff for the ethnic studies
Yes.
presentation?
I'd like to welcome Wyatt up to the podium. She's going to present an overview of the ethnic studies curriculum development and the co-design phase, and outline the key operational milestones achieved in preparation for this spring pilot. And she also has one of our students with us this evening, and she will be sharing with you his role. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Good evening, President Chavez, board trustees, Superintendent Garcia, colleagues, and members of the community. My name is Wyatt, and I've been given the honor of serving in partnership with all of you as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Coordinator here in Academic Services at the district office. We'll begin our time together with a land acknowledgement from one of our brilliant student leaders, who is a member of our Black Student Union at Ocala Middle School and our district-wide Student Advisory Committee. His name is Bomani Trinidad. Welcome, Bomani.
Hello, my name is Bomani Kiawi Trinidad. I am Yaki, and
I'm sorry. I can barely hear you. If I can. Thank you so much.
Hold on, let's close the door first.
Yeah. Thank you. Pardon the interruption.
Hello, my name is Bomani Kiawi Samuels. I am Yaki and Taina, or wait, Taino. Sorry. We today I will be reading the Muwekma land acknowledgement on behalf of the Muwekma tribe. We acknowledge that Santa Clara County and our schools occupy the unceded territory of the Muwekma tribe, sovereign tribe, and original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work on and learn. the Muwekma Ohlone people are the stewards of these lands and of the teaching and learning that come from and responds to the needs of of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work, research, teaching, and community engagement support the evolving vision of Muwekma Ohlone for their community and these lands.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, Bomani and Muwekma community. Thank you for being here. All right, friends, so we are going to get to an update. I'm very excited. I will go as quickly as I can. So, the Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum is the California Department of Education's guidance for how educators are to serve the Assembly Bill 101 for Ethnic Studies to be a mandate for all high school students to receive 1 semester of Ethnic Studies coursework between their freshman and senior year to complete their A through G requirements. Our entire programming for our district and co-design is grounded in its principles and its guidance. We will ground our journey on the progress of our programming through the model curriculum. Our first guiding quote for the district's co-design team is, "As a field, ethnic studies seeks to empower all students to engage socially and politically and to think critically about the world around them. It is important for ethnic studies courses to demonstrate the experiences of people of color in order for students to construct counter-narratives and develop a more complex understanding of the human experience. Through these studies, students should develop respect for cultural diversity and see the advantages of inclusion." In order for our system to be effective in housing an ethnic studies program that is robust, rigorous, and authentic, there is groundwork that needed to be laid first. Multicultural representation and celebration in and throughout the entire district is a crucial first step to laying the foundation of the culture that needs to be just the natural way that Alum Rock will go about our business. Designed to meet Alum Rock's mission of, together with stakeholders, we will provide Alum Rock students with high-quality 21st century learning that builds upon our culturally diverse community to prepare our students to be lifelong learners and compete for the careers of the future, end quote. I created a space this year called Cards, celebrating Alum Rock's diversity squad, of which some of the members are here in attendance tonight, that meets monthly to work on the implementation of our Representation Matters Literacy Initiative. There's about 30 members from diverse personal cultural backgrounds, as well as grade levels and sites throughout the district. Every single classroom, front office, and district office department received 2 books per grade level band. The grade level bands are TK to grade 2, grades 3 through 5, and then grades 6 through 8, to honor and celebrate each month's theme, along with flyers for every single door and giant posters for main gathering spaces like staff rooms, front gates, and front offices. So I showed this month because it's this month. The bit.ly and the QR code lead to an instructional toolkit that range from 6 to 10 pages long as we are continuing to grow and build each month's toolkit. Inside the toolkit is vetted lesson plans, unit plans, resources like primary sources of photographs, interviews, videos, a local community events calendar for families to engage with, vetted classroom library book lists, and daily announcements to be read in every room or over the announcements at every single site each day of the year. And we've started to add a slide deck with images to accompany each of these daily thoughts. We're also holding monthly community webinars that is open to the public on Zoom from 6 to 7 p.m. You'll get Parent Square messages about those. Please join us, where the co-host has been teachers and students who identify as members of the community that we are honoring each month. And we share updates on what's happening at sites, as well as informative background on what those friends would like families and educators to know about their culture and be pushing forward for our students. To ensure authenticity and relevance, I've been working really hard with state level and local ethnic studies, educational leadership organizations and groups. For example, this month's toolkit and professional development offerings We're grounded in the materials that I've been trained on in being a member of the California Indian Educational Leader Pathway Cohort, collaborating with the Amamutsun Tribal Band, as well as the authors of the California Department of Education's Native American Model Curriculum, as well as Indigenous teacher leaders from our own classrooms to ensure that 100% of our materials in all 10 pages are Indigenous and Native designed. I am also turnkeying as fast as possible other units and lesson materials that I get my hands on in these spaces and facilitated what's about to turn into communities of practice because teachers asked for it after attending the first one, which was the California Department of Education's Native American Model Curriculum's Native American Survival and Resilience During the Mission Period Source Investigation. To encourage our teachers to take a critical eye, our fourth grade teachers, and how and what we do to teach these California history standards and ensure that our materials are grounded in pedagogy that is Indigenous created and primary sourced materials. The next section of our model curriculum that guides our next layer of work we're doing comes from page 8. And I quote, "By affirming the identities and contributions of marginalized groups in our society, ethnic studies help students to see themselves and each other as part of the narrative of the United States. This helps students see themselves as active agents in the interethnic bridge building process that we call American life." So while working on a district-wide culture that I've named in celebrating and centering communities who have been historically on the margins, work has been done in our Student Advisory Committee to create space and a pipeline for empowerment and agency in the form of civic engagement. So Bomani was a wonderful example of a student who is a part of this group, and we have gone to great lengths to bring our students to numerous spaces. We brought them to, when our students are inundated with a constant focus on celebrating diversity and centered representation in the curriculum that they receive in and throughout their day, and then they strengthen their civic engagement tools and learn how to help organize and implement district-wide weeks of action and days of honor, like we just had last Friday for Ruby Bridges Walk to School Day, how to navigate advocating for what they want and what they need by learning how board policy works, how board meetings work, how to present in these spaces, how to feel comfortable and centered in spaces where they have sometimes been historically excluded. We've brought them to Sacramento numerous times to meet with senators, Senator Cortese with his Bus for Education. We have brought them to California Native American Day for 3 years in a row, where they have met with community leaders and tribal groups and members and made connections to bring back to our district to continue partnering with. When they learn how to work with senators, how to talk to congresspeople, and how to work with our city council members, like helping us organize for the Cinco de Mayo parade with Peter Ortiz, our council member, then our students can start to see the vision and the goals in their mind and in their bodies. It will become habit of body and mind, that civic action can be taken. Once they learn the localized history and current events within the local place-based ethnic studies coursework and get to the point of considering the critical thinking around, well, now that I've learned this, what is it that I can do about it? Our students will gain these tools through what we've been working on. So to the left, you can see that one of the tasks that I had our student advisory students work on was to help co-design a survey for all middle school students, because we are starting to design our ethnic studies curriculum from grade 8 and we're articulating down. So grade 8 is done this year, 6 and 7 next year, and then we'll start elementary, although we do have some things happening in elementary, like I named the grade 4 things. Our students made this survey, sent it out, and then they helped to make sure that all of the students in middle schools, we got over 600 responses, it's pretty good, to answer to the question, what do you want to learn about for ethnic studies content, so that our co-design team is answering to their wants, their needs. On the right, you can see this is our student advisory helping to organize for Ruby Bridges Day, and we also had support from the Black Student Union under Miss Veronica Talton at Ocala. Okay. Our next section is from pages 8 as well as page 77 in Ethnic Studies Model Curriculum. In ethnic studies, it is crucial to focus not only on understanding oppression and fostering compassion, but also on recognizing advances in ways that promote student agency. This begins with each teacher seeing the assets and strengths every student brings to the classroom. Students should leave an ethnic studies class knowing their choices matter and compelled to think carefully about the decisions that they make, realizing that their choices will ultimately shape the world, end quote. So, as I said, we actually had an Ethnic Studies Design Day today, which is amazing. So I was able to put in one photo from today. My co-facilitators are people that I've been working in the Ethnic Studies and HSS, that's the History Social Science framework space, for the last 15 years of my career. Dr. Daisy Martin, she is the History Director of UCSC History and Civics Projects and lecturer at UCSC, and also Mark Gomez, who is Ethnic Studies Coordinator, History and Civics Project. He's also a teacher supervisor at UCSC. So these are some of the spaces that we have shared in, and they are my co-facilitators leading our co-design. Thank you for stopping by today. That was amazing. So while all of this has been building in the district-wide culture and climate, that's how we are preparing the entire district to be ready for ethnic studies coursework. We've been co-designing that very first semester of curriculum with our 8th grade ELA teacher leaders. Today we actually landed on our first 2 units, and I'm really excited about the guiding questions that we've landed on. And our first unit design day is going to be January 22nd, so we'll probably have our first unit done by the end of January. We have 8 full release planning days this year. We'll have 2 units ready to pilot by the end of the spring. We are also working hard, as you see on the bottom right-hand corner, that we are articulating down, because Mark and Daisy also work with the Eastside Ethnic Studies coursework, and so we are in close contact with them. I've been collaborating with them for over a year so that we are articulating down from high school, specifically Overfelt, James Lick, and Independence, so that our courses will prepare our students so that the information that they will be entering in high school is very comfortable to them. Next year, actually I'll get to that in another slide coming up. Okay. So since we know that Assembly Bill 101, the Ethnic Studies mandate, is only for 1 semester of Ethnic Studies per student within their 4 years of high school, we, the Alum Rock School District, did something really exciting by passing a board resolution and offering this opportunity for all students, grades TK to 8, which is very innovative, and we are the only district in all of California who has committed to do that. We also had to be creative about how we can legally teach this coursework, since we don't have a 0 period yet that houses ethnic studies content only. We chose English language arts for the middle school space because the history social science standards do not align with what we would like to be teaching with the guiding principles from ethnic studies. What we can do is take our curriculum alignment work that we are doing under the guidance with our partnership with Arenda, and we are taking that assessment matrix, those standards, using those assessments, and for 2 cycles out of the 5, the content will be ethnic studies, teaching those ELA standards through ethnic studies, guiding principles and content. Okay? Then we will do grades 6 and 7 next year, as we are piloting and going through multiple feedback and iteration sessions from board members, community, families, students, and educators. Then 6 and 7 will start to build their curriculum next year, and while they are iterating and through their feedback processes, we will continue to focus on our elementary. Ethnic studies does move at the speed of trust, and the partnerships that we are creating are deep and long-lasting, so that things are done ethically, morally, and with the intention of the communities and voice of the communities driving what goes in our materials. Every district will tell you that it takes 3 to 5 years to get ethnic studies from a dream into classrooms. We will have our first units ready at year 3, and we will have all units ready by year 5 to 6. And that is 9 grade levels that we are discussing. So as long as we can keep our commitment to this and keep going at the full speed that we are, we will have them covered within 5 to 6 years. Every grade level, every classroom. Almost done, friends. Okay, here is just a visual of the timeline so you can see visually, because universal design, multiple means. I wanted you to also be able to see what I was just saying so you can see where we are right now in 25-26 with grade 8, and then you can see how it rolls in all of the grade levels as we move forward. The last one that's covered up over there is 27-28, if I just counted right. Yeah, okay. So the 2 first themes that we've landed on today, I believe, our essential question for the first unit, I want to give you a sneak peek, is potentially, what is the role that sports and athletes have played in moving forward for movements of justice? And we are going to be rolling in also art and music. So we've planned out mostly everything except for the specific readings and stimuli that we'll be using, but we have our assessments to backwards map from. Now we have our guiding question, our essential standards are done, and by the end of January, we should have a product full for 1 unit. All right. I wanted to just name, so everyone is on the same page, that the following 8 essential outcomes for ethnic studies, this is from the model curriculum and what we are designing each and every lesson in Unit 2 as well. Here are the outcomes. Outcome number 1, a pursuit of justice and equity. Outcome number 2, working toward greater inclusivity. Outcome number 3, furthering self-understanding. Outcome number 4, developing a better understanding of others. Outcome number 5, recognizing intersectionality. Number 6, promoting self-empowerment for civic engagement. And number 7, supporting a community focus. I wanted to end on a thought. The power of our ethnic studies programming speaks for itself. As it continues to grow in collaboration with educators, students, and families, local politicians, and community partnerships, I share a short 30-second video. This was our first time that our ethnic studies, some of our students from Luvia Solis's classroom that was at Renaissance at Fisher, we got to help plan with Peter Ortiz and the city of San Jose for the Cinco de Mayo parade. And this is a moment that really resonated with me and how I know this curriculum is going to move with community and partnership. So thank you, Luis.
Right, Ethnic Studies, Alum Rock Unified School District, yeah! El distrito escolar de Alum Rock, representando la comunidad, eso!
Representado con comunidad. Okay, that's where we're headed. Thank you, friends.
Go ahead, Vice President Quintero.
So I want to thank you for the excellent work that you're doing. One of the best ways of seeing the results of the work that you're doing is, or that the work that our staff is doing out there, is when we get excellent feedback from the community. I meet with a lot of people, so unfortunately I can't remember this fellow's name, but he was giving great remarks about the work that you're doing here and the engagement that you've had with him. And at some point in time, I remember probably at midnight tonight. And I'll send you an email.
Thank you, Trustee. I appreciate it.
So thank you so much for that work. Additionally, I wanted to, I had asked this a long time ago, but San Jose City College had talked about setting up a certificate for those faculty that don't come from an ethnic studies background. Was there any sort of follow-up on that to see if they pursued it or anything like that? Because I think that it would be important. If you're going to,
I would love that.
I know that there's professional development, but a certificate might wind up getting people the tools that they need to fully implement it. And so it was brought up. I think we even had a presentation here a long time ago, but I don't think it went anywhere. So
Might have been before I was here.
Yeah, no problem. It was a long time ago, so.
Had a
I'll have
few
Maribel
leadership
look
changes.
in the notes.
If there's a
to
way
see.
of looking at
Yeah.
that and seeing if they've done any progress on it, that might be
I'll jump on it now.
a resource for our faculty to
San
tap
Jose
into.
City. Thank you so much for that, trustee. I really appreciate that. We'll follow up on that immediately.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the presentation. I'm glad to see, the work is doing well. Just the fun question. Did you guys enjoy the Cinco de Mayo parade? I think
Yes.
Trustee Herrera and I worked that one, and I guess we missed you guys along the
think
way.
you
We
were
were
working with
we were at
us.
the booth. Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
missed it. I did the afternoon, so.
We were a small crew then. Don't worry. We're growing in number.
I know.
Thank you, trustee.
First of all, thank you for your hard work. I know
Thank
that you
you.
came in and it was like sink or swim, do all this. So,
Maybe a little.
Starting with, you've gone through 3 superintendents, some that were like, do it, some that were like, pause, don't do it, and then now we're here. So I just want to thank you for staying consistent, staying on it, your hard work. I've been a witness because I've been at many of the events, the lowrider event, the Cinco de Mayos. I've been there to see you. I've been at Sacramento on the bus with you guys. The power lunch, those were my shoes. I'm wearing the same ones today. I'm like, do I have any other shoes? But I've been there and I've seen you at work. So I appreciate you just making it happen, and I know it's hard sometimes, like, I feel like some teachers maybe not with you, like trying to make sure everybody's going in the same direction, right? Focusing on our children and ensuring that our children are learning the best, right? Learning about the First Nations people of these lands, first of all, Moak Maloney, ensuring that we learn the right information, the truth, about the differences with one another, all the different things that we get to learn when we go to college. And some of us, until our, late teens, 20s, are like, what? I've been taught all these lies. So, I just want to thank you for your work. And also, having been here long enough, I do want to highlight in 2020, when we were going through a COVID, and I was board president at the time, and the 150 community members at least, I think it was a little more, because we sat there, and those of you that were here sat and heard each and every one of them and their comments and support on the resolution that I brought forward then.
Thank you for that.
And so I want to thank those community members that were here advocating and pushing each and every one of us to vote yes on something like that. So that was in 2020. So, we're not late, you're on time. But, I do want to highlight that. I know the work has started. There was an initial committee that was formed before we brought you on. But I really want to thank, the district leadership when we said we need to hire a Wyatt to make sure that this gets implemented and is sustained for good. There's no good in passing a resolution that's cute, that sounds great, that people are happy about, that they clap, but then it gets placed on a shelf, shelf, and nothing happens. This here is what it is to create, sustainable changes in a policy and making sure that when we leave it better, whether we're here for a little bit or a long time. And I think one of the most important ones for me, and I know we had a conversation, so you might want to share, is that 4th grade mission project. My daughter, who's now a junior in high school, had to do the same one I did years ago. Same exact one, right? And she was in 4th grade. And she told me, Mom, can we put little red dresses to highlight the missing and murdered Indigenous women on this white mission, right? And I said, absolutely. But it took a parent, right, who shares about all these things and goes to different workshops for her to be like, can we do something different? So the fact that our children won't be doing that in the future, this mission project will be gone, that to me is a big win. And I know it's the hard work that you are all putting in. And the fact that Alum Rock is the only district in California is because of not, one person. It's about the community who came together and said, we need this in Alum Rock. So I just want to, my dream come true to see my nephew Bomani doing the land acknowledgement. All the things. And we didn't even coordinate. I always see him at events and I'm like, what, you're here too? And it's so awesome, to see youth and, have youth like Bomani be so inspirational too to the other youth and other peers.
And me.
So thank you so much, Ms. Wyatt, for leading this effort.
Thank you. Powerful parenting, trustee.
Okay, so I want to thank you for coming here today, Ms. Wyatt. And I know all the work that you've been doing and even going to Sacramento. And we had the conversation and even all the little books that you're giving the children in I Am American. That was great. And it still keeps sticking with me after you showed me it. And I did like what you said is that ethnic studies do move at the speed of trust. And it is so right. And so I want to thank you, and I want to see all the little kids in Cinco de Mayo even more out there. And thank you for everything you do. And I
Thank
want
you.
to see more.
Board President, can I just,
Go
I just
ahead.
want to thank Wyatt for all of her work. I want to thank her for her courage and her perseverance through all of this. You know, even on the days where she's doubting herself on things that are happening and work she's doing, she gets right back up and works for the kids and the community. And I just want to tell you that we're very proud of you and grateful for everything you do. Thank you.
Ms. Wyatt, I do have a question. I was kind of cut off, but it's okay. But you said that you asked the kids, what do you want to learn in or about ethnic studies? What was probably the number one question?
We did that data today and analyzed it, and the top. So there's a few ways to answer this. The most common answers were actually around wars and refugee status, which we believe we are going to place in 7th grade, as that aligns with curriculum that we already have with Long Walk to Water and ELA, and also social studies standards, so that'll be great alignment there. It was also Chicano history, lowriders was a really common theme, and there was also place-based themes in and throughout their answers. So some of the students that we may not have really even realized were of Japanese heritage. There was a lot of voice around internment, and we have Japantown here, but local place-based things were also popping out. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I can share that data with anyone who is happy to read it.
Can you send it to me?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. So the next one is 4.1.
Sorry for cutting you off.
No problem.
I didn't know. I thought you were done.
Hey, I don't mean to do it to anybody else. I don't take it personally. Okay, so comments and communications, is the Teamsters in the room? No Teamsters?
Maribel's asking if we ever took a public comment for curriculum.
Presentation, we don't usually take public comment. Okay, so moving on. Moving on to California School Employees Association, CSEA. Ms. Sharon said she couldn't come here tonight. Moving to number 3, Alum Rock Educators Association area, Ms. Sandra Rivera.
Good evening, Board President, trustees, superintendent, and members of the Alum Rock community. Tonight, I have the privilege of introducing Miss Maria Martinez. Maria.
Hey, pay attention. She's going to ask you questions.
As area's new vice president. Maria. Maria is a dedicated educator, a tireless advocate, and someone who leads with both heart and clarity. We are grateful to have her stepping into this role at such a pivotal moment in Alum Rock. And we know she will continue to champion the voices of educators, students, and families with strength and integrity. As we approach our Thanksgiving break, this is also a time to pause and count our blessings. In the midst of everything happening around us, we still have so much to be grateful for. Our students who show up with resilience and curiosity, our educators and staff who bring energy, compassion, and commitment into our classrooms every single day, and our community, which continues to believe in the power and promise of public education. But gratitude does not erase reality, and the reality is that we are only in the 4th month of school, and a tremendous stress on both the staff and students is undeniable. This year has not been easy. With ongoing transition and the push to reimagine Alum Rock, many of us are still finding our footing. And that is exactly why we cannot continue with business as usual. In moments of transformation, a district needs strong leadership, a clearly defined vision, and a plan that brings everyone together. Not a plan brought forward after decisions are made, but a plan created with teachers, classified staff, parents, and students at the table from the beginning. Educators show up. Day in and day out, we are the ones motivating students, reassuring families, carrying out the vision that this board sets. Yet too often, we are made to feel like an afterthought in the very decisions that shape our classrooms and our schools. Throughout this time of transition, educators have given the district grace. We have adjusted, we have adapted, we have stepped up, because that is what we do. But grace is not the same as silence, and respect is not the same as being left out. We are looking to you, our board, to guide with stability and clarity, but we are also asking you to include us fully in this process. Use the expertise, the experience, the relationships of the people who bring your vision to life every single day. We are here. We are willing. And we want to be a part of building the future of Alum Rock, not just witnessing it from the sidelines. A few Saturdays ago, Area sat in on the board session, and we saw something important. We saw your dedication, your willingness to wrestle with big questions, and your genuine desire to do what is in the best interest of everyone in this district. That gives us hope. It reminded us that despite our challenges, we share the same mission. So tonight, we ask you to lean into that commitment. Be the leaders this community elected you to be. Listen to your educators and staff. Work with us, not around us. And help us push Alum Rock into the next 100 years of excellence that we know is possible. Together with strong leadership, shared vision, and true collaboration, we can reimagine Alum Rock into the district that not only meets the needs of our students today, but builds the foundations for generations to come. Thank you.
Alum Rock Administrators Association, good luck going after that.
I'm going to end it with a bang. Good evening, President Chavez, trustees, and Superintendent Sandra Garcia. I'm excited to co-share a few highlights from across all of our incredible school sites. At Hubbard, their fifth grade leaders hosted a remarkable group of girls from the Hubbard Media Arts Academy at the 2025 NWSL Awards in San Jose. They even took the stage as official trophy presenters and met inspiring athletes. At Lindale, they had their amazing grand opening of the Positivity Palace, a new student store and leadership space. The Palace recently celebrated 200 Lindale Lions who met their monthly attendance goal with certificates and a spin of the prize wheel. At Aptitude, we had an incredible turnout for our Dia de los Muertos celebrations on November 7th. Many community partners joined us, and we were grateful to welcome Peter Ortiz, Trustee Corina Herrera Loera, and Trustee Min Pham. Tomorrow, we are looking forward to our annual Career on Wheels for our TK to third grade students, followed by our career fair for fourth and fifth grade students in our cafeteria. Painter is super excited to partner with the San Jose Firefighters Random Acts for Spring and Fire Drill collaboration that will bring engines, the Sharks fire truck, and donated books and sports gear to students. Painter is also preparing to send 2 classes to the San Jose Earthquakes event on December 11th for achieving top 3 attendance in the district. They look forward to their winter showcase, which is on December 9th.
Good evening. I'm Kelsey White. I am the principal of Ocala, and I would like to share that Ocala students showed tremendous spirit yesterday during our annual turkey trot organized by Coach Lewis and his team. Coach Lewis and his wife, Bobby, also generously donated gifts to several of the Ocala families, along with the City Peace Project, which provided 16 turkeys to some of our Ocala families. We also want to celebrate the Ocala Choir and their director, Ms. Talton, for their outstanding performance this past weekend at the Santa Clara men's basketball game. Ryan celebrated Ruby Bridges Day with district staff, reading to our 1st through 3rd graders. This month, they are recognizing students who exemplified the character trait of respect as part of the Student of the Month program. Adelante had a successful Leyendo Bajo de las Estrellas event on November 14th. A huge thank you to their wonderful families and staff who made this possible. Wrestling season is off to a great start. They have a strong team and are bringing in medals in the top 4. Thank you all for your continued support of our schools and the incredible opportunities we're able to provide for our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Interim Superintendent Ms. Sandra Garcia.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My messages will be short tonight. I just want to welcome Dan Burns as our interim assistant superintendent of instructional services. We're very fortunate to have him on our team, and I want to thank him for joining us. I also just want to say that, during this season of giving and gratitude, I want to express my sincere appreciation to every person on the LMROC team for showing up every day to serve our students and our families. It's truly an honor to lead in a district with so much heart. I just want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you. That's it.
Okay. So item 5.1, report and recommendations of ad hoc advisory subcommittee regarding the improvements to former Renaissance and Fisher site for consolidation of Adelante 1 and 2. Thank you, Mr. Eric.
I'd like to begin first. I just want to give a little bit of background on this item before I turn it over to Mr. Wassinger. So at the October 23rd regular board meeting, the board voted to form a board ad hoc committee composed of 2 members of the board, 2 board members and the superintendent, to research and provide recommendations regarding the consolidation of Adelante 1 and Adelante 2 at the former Fisher Middle School site. This action followed the October 9th special meeting, during which the board received a presentation, held a discussion, and reviewed updates on bond and facilities projects, including the planned improvements needed at the Fisher site to accommodate Adelante students and programs in the 2026-2027 school year. During that meeting, the board noted that several planning, logistical, and budget issues still needed to be resolved. To help ensure clear direction, the superintendent requested the appointment of an ad hoc committee that would allow board members to participate directly in discussions with consultants regarding budgeting and implementation. The role of the ad hoc committee was to gather and evaluate information on the most effective and prudent approach for merging the 2 Adelante sites. This included consulting with experts and reviewing alternatives related to facility upgrades and project timelines for the Fisher site. The committee does not have independent decision-making authority. It was tasked with presenting its findings and recommendations to the full board by the December 18th meeting for further discussion, consideration, and any necessary action. Now Eric will share a presentation on the 3 proposed plans.
Thank you, trustees. Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening. As expressed, Eric Wassinger, Senior Executive of Bonds and MOT. This is the giving knowledge of what our meeting was on the 10th. On November 10th, we had a meeting, and present we had the board president, the board vice president, Sandra Garcia, interim superintendent, Nathan Thome, who's a consultant that works with us as an architect, and myself. So the 5 of us had a meeting kind of presenting all this information to the ad hoc committee, and then we kind of discussed it, and now we're reporting out what we discussed. Since that meeting, we keep working forward. And so there's some of the slides that have been a little changed from the first meeting, but we dug a little deeper. And so I'll kind of go over that information with you as we go forward. But so in case you've seen the draft from the first time, this draft is just a little different, but not much. So as we know, the project goals is moving into Fisher site. Of course, combining Adelante 1 and Adelante 2. Some of the key factors is that the TK, the class size is 20 to 1 or 20 to 2 because you're going to have a second adult there, one teacher, one extra helper. And then, of course, K through third is 24 to 1, 4 through 8 is 31 to 1, 31 to 1 for 4th through 8th grade. Looking at this, we took a lot of things into design, allowing for some future growth on the campus. Of course, provide additional parking space for TK drop-off, which is always a concern. And then, of course, creating a well-designed and inviting spaces for all those involved. So before I jump into these numbers, the one thing that we need to understand in this whole process is that we have to come up with an idea to select drawings to submit to DSA. It's already November 20th. We're already late, right? So we need to get, so DSA, the Division of State Architect, is the architect that the state runs to verify all school buildings for schools, right? Anything an architect designs has to go to DSA for approval. A couple things that we do know. DSA is backed up. There was 200 bonds that passed November of 24 in the state of California. So anybody that's in a school district that has money, which is a lot, they're submitting drawings to DSA. Second thing, the DSA Oakland is our office that we submit drawings to for this area. DSA Oakland is helping San Diego DSA with all the fire drawings from all the stuff that burned down there. So they're a little behind as well. So DSA Oakland is helping, right? And then, of course, with Christmas, DSA shuts down for 2 or 3 weeks. And so as we get drawings in now, we're trying to get them out in January, February. The other critical part is that every school district in California is jamming to get projects into DSA because January 1, the code changes. So we have a 2-year cycle on the code. So there's a lot of changes next year in the code, right? Right now we're looking at a parking lot for Ocala, and they're saying, well, you have to have car charging there because that's required now, right? And so little things that we didn't have this last year, we now have. So we're trying to get ahead, and most districts are trying to get ahead. So as we talk about these ideas, our number one goal is to get into DSA as fast as possible, right? And so that's why I give the idea of where we're at. So with our enrollment and growth, these are the numbers we currently have. Of course, Adelante 1, you see the numbers across the board, TK through 8, and Adelante 2. This is one of the slides that changed a little bit. As we went through the numbers that we previously talked about on the 10th, when we ran these numbers, it rounded down instead of up. So if you had 4.4, you actually need 5 classrooms, not 4, because we have enough kids to fill 5, right? And so with that being said, the first meeting that we had, we showed 37 on the top number over on the right versus 43. So there's 6 additional classrooms from just rounding to having the adequate classrooms. We have a plan for this, but that's one of the changes, just so we know. If you've seen the first draft, this one is current. So that's one of the changes here. But basically, we need 4 classrooms for TK. We need 5 classrooms for K. That's currently not at that site. So we need 9 classrooms to suffice the growth here from moving this over, okay? We do have 5 classrooms for first, 5 for second. And as we look through this, I know as a master planner and design for DSA and architect, I look at what are we gonna have next year, right? So right now, we're gonna be pretty good with 5 classrooms going to 5 because our kids who's here as a first grader, now we need 5 classrooms. Next year, we're still gonna need 5 classrooms, right? And as we move forward, that's gonna work out pretty well. Once we get to 7th and 8th, right, it starts, the numbers here, if the numbers stay the same, we're gonna have to add a classroom later, which we have space on the site for them already, but just to point that out that as we plan things, we're looking 5 years in advance, so we're always ready for 5 years in advance. We don't wanna react every year like, oh, I need 2 portables next year. That's not the way to do it because the price skyrockets, okay? Here's our current site location, right? So we have each classroom marked as CR. We have LG classrooms, so we have a couple large classrooms. One's in the back right corner, one's over in the front left. Of course, we have science classrooms. We have art, music, Verizon classroom. There's 3 of those. And then, of course, the 33 classrooms. This is the top. So there's 40 classrooms there. And then we'll be adding the TK and the K to a different location. Over on the left-hand side where it's green, the little tiny green line, that's where the location for the new development would be. Looking at this, we've analyzed a lot of things, but we have the admin building up front, which has an art classroom attached to it, which used to be the teacher lounge, from what I understand. And then in the middle of the bottom left corner, we have a PE and a little gym. That was the wood shop and metal shop on this property in the past. So the discussion is, if we move the TK over to where the green is, over the left, you can't see yet, we actually would want to move the admin services to the PE or the gym side, which we'd have to add a few offices and add a restroom there for the nurses station and that kind of stuff. But it would actually include, it would make sense because now it's more of the center of the campus and it's next to the drop-off from the TK and the parking lot, the additional parking lot. So as we move forward, you'll understand more of that, but this is kind of our current site, right? So here we are from 30,000 feet. What does it look like, proposed site plan? Well, if we add 9 classrooms and we extend the parking lot, so the parking lot currently, where that number 5 is, that is the wood shop, metal shop, currently, let's say. The parking lot stays vertical right there. So we'd be adding 2 more rows of parking, if not 3 more rows of parking, and have the drop-off zone next to the TK in that corner. So it'd be closest point to get the little kids out and then into their classroom. The area that's orange, the 9 classrooms, has each one of these classrooms will be designed with a bathroom inside each one for the TK and the kinder. There's also an adult restroom facility for men and women in the top left corner. So if you see the little squiggly line there, that's what that is. And of course the playground structure in the center. This would all be fenced in, so it's a secure, safe site, because we would be having 6th, 7th graders in the building to the right of that, which is the locker room. And so we want to keep that secluded, but yet their own comfortable space. They would be able to walk right down to number 5, which would be the new admin building, with that possibility. So I've laid these out multiple times where the 1st grade go, where the 2nd grade go, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, and having that laid out on the site. And so some of the projects that we'd have to do with this, and as I present this, 1 through 8 on the right-hand side are all options, but there's some that are needed, right? So one is, of course, the classrooms. We need to have the TK classrooms in the classrooms for the kinder. Next is the HVAC replacement. So from what I'm understanding, the boiler system in this campus went out about 2 years ago, right? And it hasn't worked for 2 years. But when we had the middle children, they didn't make many complaints, so it hadn't been fixed. Well, we can't move new kids in there at younger ages with no heat, right? So we've already got pricing for that, and I've shared with the executive cabinet that it's much cheaper than the district has paid in the past of other districts, right, which has been great. So we've already got that. It would be $2.325 million to replace all the heating and all the classrooms, heating and air conditioning. So instead of going with the boiler system, each system and the rest of the classrooms have AC. They just don't have heat because the entire campus is ran off of a boiler system, right? All the boilers are done, they're outdated, and we don't use gas anymore. So we have to change, right? So we go with a new system. We actually take the guts out of that closet unit and put new guts in, much cheaper, and it stays in the same cabinet. So the classrooms look the exact same, no extra ventilation, no extra ductwork, just changing out the guts, which is pretty genius actually, right? And so that's one thing that I can do now. I don't have to go to DSA for that, right? So these are some projects that I can do before we come out of DSA in February or March for the project, for the actual buildings. The other thing is roofing replacement. So doing an audit on these roofs, the red roofs are 25 years old, right? We've had some problems with leaking in them and this and that. Before we put money into buildings, we want to re-roof them, right? So I've got pricing, and it's about $2.1 million to re-roof this whole campus. Now, ideally, we go with tar. Tar is the best water sealant, right? The good thing about this campus is there's no kids on it right now. Because if I were to go to Ocala and say I'm going to put tar on the roof, I'd be killed because I have students there, right? But the fact is, there's no students. It's the perfect roofing material for the perfect scenario. So that's something good. I'm always looking for good. I found something. Next thing we have marquee sign. Of course, the marquee sign's got to change all onto, signage. So that's easy to do without DSA as well. Portable, possible relocation of the admin. Walking the site with our consultant architect looking. It's very doable, right? We don't need to have a bunch of space. It can be really 4 or 5 offices and a nurse's office. Very simple to do in one side. Not even use the whole building, just using one side of it. At this point, it's a security issue for me. I can actually go to the campus in the roundabout, go into the main office, check in, and walk out the back door, and I'm on a secure campus. Currently, if you walk onto the site, you walk over to the main office, and there's bollards there that pretty much everybody can get through a bollard, right? And there's no fencing. So it's not a secure campus right now, right? And so ideally, moving the admin building makes a lot of sense for securing our campuses. As we talk about securing all of our campuses, I've met with most of the principals about fencing changes, needs, right? We need to improve our security, right? This will be a big fix for this campus without one change. Next thing, of course, is the additional playground and field. Of course, we have the playground structure for 1, which is the TKK, and then the playground structure 6 in the middle of the blacktop would be for our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders. Currently, we have 8 different basketball courts, which I don't really need 8 basketball courts for elementary. I need them for middle school, some, but not all of them. So locating where that would be on blacktop is easy to put playground because then you put the 4 and 5 inch rubber mat so it's soft, but you already have a base that's paid for. If I put it on dirt, I got to actually build a base, right? So there's some key items of saving some money by putting it in the right location. And of course, next thing, your campus fire lane. One of the things that may get triggered is our fire lane, and it's number 7 in the top left corner. Basically, you take it off the front parking lot, run it through the grass, and take a right, go across the blacktop, and then out the back gate. And so we have a fire lane throughout the campus. Currently, the fire lane's out front, and then drive in the back, and the the fire trucks do a hammerhead turn so they can get out and go out the same way. But with new classrooms, it's probably going to trigger fire lane and safety. Often it'll trigger fire hydrants, having to add new fire hydrants, which they're $150,000 a piece, and I had to add 3 at one school because of a little project, and it gets expensive really quick for underground water. So, expanded parking lot and drop-off, that's kind of a critical thing here. As we notice, most of our schools don't have enough parking, and so that parking is going to help. It's not going to be the full answer. I'd like to add another little parking lot in the back, as I've shared with Cabinet before. Add 40, 50 parking spots in the back by the portals back there. So having an idea that teachers can come in the back fence, have their own parking lot, and then go to their staff room. So this is our proposed plan of an option. Now we have to figure out how we're going to get there, right? Any questions yet, trustees?
Actually, I think I'm going to take public comment first, and then
Okay.
we'll do trustees' questions, okay? So on these items, on these questions, I'm going to give 1 minute so that way they can, if they need more, then we'll consider. But I don't see it going over a minute.
Good evening. Do you even know what a two-way dual immersion program is and how it differs from a one-way model? I ask this not to provoke, but to highlight the seriousness of the decisions being made right now without fully understanding our program structure. A two-way dual immersion model requires 50% native Spanish speakers and 50% English speakers. This intentional balance allows students to serve as language models for one another, promoting biliteracy, academic achievement, and cultural competence. In contrast, a one-way program typically serves primarily Spanish-speaking students. And right now, we are admitting anyone. Students without proper language screening, and we are not maintaining the 50-50 ratio. If we continue this way, we are not functioning as a dual language program.
So
Good
do you
evening,
have a-
Board.
I'm sorry, do you have a comment or do you have a question? 'Cause,
Comment.
okay, all right.
So currently, both schools combined, Adelante and Adelante 2, have like over 1,420 linear space for parking. Some are painted, and then others aren't. Versus Fisher's 645 feet of linear parking. Adelante has areas where it's painted, Adelante 1, and Adelante 2 has limited space. So my comment is that we really need to rethink this merger because, one, I'm the safety coordinator at Adelante 1, and I see what happens with lack of parking. And so we need to keep our community safe. You already heard one community member complain about their area is going to create more congestion, and again, you need to rethink this whole situation.
Hi, good night. My name is Victoria Partida. I'm a parent at Adelante 2. And I just had a comment on the first slide when you're talking about maintaining student-teacher ratios. That's great that you have it. I know for my fourth grader, he currently has 22 students in his class. This is saying he's going to have 31 students. So that is very concerning to me as he's going to get into fifth grade next year. Another thing that I didn't see here, which I'm very curious about, is what about the other staff? The cafeteria ladies, the principals. My principal, Mr. Cortez, he has to manage almost 435 something students right now. How is that going to look like as these two schools combined? What about the psychologists? Are they going to come along as well? So the more I hear about this, the more I get concerned and the more it makes me feel like I need to pull out my kid because he is not going to get the proper services that he needs.
The board. One of the things that I see in the slide that was presented back in October that I don't see anymore is the potential drop-off near the marquee. And I think that's very important because if you plan to have 1,000 students coming or 900, there needs to be way more drop-off than what there originally is. Because that was one of the ideas was to have a drop-and-go area because, like Raul said, Adelante 1 and 2 combined, the area just to do a drop-off is way more than what's proposed at the Fisher site. You're talking about doubling the amount of students, approximately doubling the amount of students, and then reducing the drop-off area by 50%. So that's gonna be crazy. And trust me, even you're like, well, it's not that bad. But the thing is, you don't live in the area. You don't know what these neighbors are going through. So reconsider that.
I don't wish the job that you're doing. It's very difficult, but you can add as many classrooms as you can because it's very large. But the cafeteria will not be able to handle that. Absolutely not, unless you double the cafeteria. It is already impossible to serve our current students. Second, drop-off for middle school is different than drop-off for elementary school. Our parents stop, and there is just not enough parking. It doesn't matter what you do. So this whole thing of merging, because they're forcing you to do it, is not the right thing. And you probably know you're doing the job because they're telling you, but would you do it? Would you recommend to merge them and then lose parents? And then in the future, know that parents will not come to the school. It is too big. So those are the three things. We're making safe worse for our students and not going to serve them food.
Thank you. Any trustee comments? Go ahead.
I know there's another portion of this presentation, so I don't know, we'll go through that and I'll wait for my question in case I get answered during that time. How are you planning to do this?
There's much more presentation to come.
Okay. Sure, we'll wait.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. We've thought about a lot of that. We do have a big turf area outside, you know, behind those classrooms. I could add a lot bigger parking lots. We have talked about the drop off in the front. It's just money, right? We're trying to see how effective we can get this done if we need to move in by August of next year. The whole goal for this presentation and these options is trying to get something to DSA so that we can have an option move in by August 1st, right? That's the ultimate task. Is it possible? Maybe, right? So but the fact is, I would want a bigger drop off, and I would want a bigger parking lot, right? There are some things that we definitely could improve. Okay, so first option is portable classrooms. Everybody's favorite, right? These portables, we call them permanents because they last forever. They do not, right? So the fact is, on this drawing, we have a picture of 9 portables, and then of course the adult restrooms. And some of the situations, of course, would be to install and refurbish 9 portable classrooms and a staff restroom. Add restrooms in each classroom. Okay, that sounds pretty simple. It's not, right? The fact of the matter is, we do have classrooms available because we have them at empty sites right now, which is a positive, right? Because I don't have to buy them, but I have to take them apart, I have to move them, and then I have to refurbish them all, right? With this situation, the con is the ramps. The fact that these classrooms need to be 1350 for square feet versus a normal 960. So a normal classroom, normal portable, there's 2 pieces. There's 1, 2, 3, 4A and 1, 2, 3, 4B. And when they make them, they bring them to a site and they put them together. And that's 960 square feet. One portable is 480, the other is 480, and put them together, you have 960. 960 is for a reason because you can have 1 door. Anything under 1,000 square feet, you get 1 door. When I add a third portable to this, a third piece of the puzzle, which is another 12 by 40, I'm now at 1,440 square feet, which is awesome because it's big enough for a TK. Because I'm going to put a bathroom in that corner that's 12 foot by 12 foot or 10 foot by 10 foot, and I still have my 1,350 of classroom space. Makes total sense in one way. We have the portable. We need to fix them. And when I say fix them, you take off all the wallboard on the inside, all the ceiling, all the carpet, put in new carpet, new wallboard, new ceiling, waterproof the top, and then take care of all the drywall on the outside, right? Times 9, which is doable because we know good contractors that bid this stuff all the time, right? Those have to go to DSA though. DSA is not going to like putting 3 portables together because they have to question them. If it's an A and a B, they do it all the time. They've been PC'd before. We bought these in 1982. They're fantastic. Once you gut them and put new stuff, they're fine because there's a concrete cage around them, right? So structurally, they're fine. All the stuff that we see that's bad in portables, that's all cosmetic, right? Pretty easy. So that's one option. Because they're at 1,400 square feet, I now need to put 2 doors, which is pretty easy, except for egress, and I'm going to show you in the next slide. You could put 1 big walkway and then a ramp on the outside of it. So it's just cosmetically not as pretty, right? If we're spending money to move into this school, I would rather be pretty than not, and I'd want to have it go to DSA faster, which would be our option 2. But this is option 1, portable classrooms, possible, maybe, right? It depends on DSA. It's not about what we want, it's really what DSA is going to allow, right? If we can get drawings to DSA before Christmas, they would probably come out in April. I could pick them up now, I can move them to the site, but I can't place them until DSA says so. I have to build foundations, right? The fact is, on the grass, it's a bad place to put them because I have to go out there and build base rock 6 to 8 inches deep. I got to have foundations built so these portables can sit on the foundation, okay? The portable is still going to be in the air 3 feet because I have ramps. I have crawl spaces. So my next slide shows you what that looks like, right? So the top left corner would be a good example of a new portable, right? But I have 2 doors on this with 2 ramps, okay? My drawing on the middle of the page there shows you if I put 3 of these together, put a bathroom in the top right corner, I have egress 1 and egress 2, comes out to our platform, and then I have a ramp outside of that. That's doable. It really is. Right? Can I do it before August? I don't know. Right? So the bottom picture there shows you a double wide, just a two-piece, right? Which is very common, which most of the teachers in this district have seen or been in, and they thoroughly enjoy them. Right? One of the things about portables is they're 24 foot wide and they're 40 foot long. It's a bowling alley, right? Most teachers want a square classroom to teach in because it's a better way to facilitate education. From what I'm told. I'm not an educator, right? I've just been in construction for 100 years. But I've heard it over and over again, right? Square classrooms are better to teach in. So the three option, the left one, the center page, looks good because it's more square, right? But that's our option, a portable classroom. Doable, it is. Getting it to DSA would be very challenging. Getting it out of DSA and moving them within the time frame is very challenging, right? Our goal in this presentation is to find the best program to move forward and have it done by August 1st. This is a challenge. Option 2, modular classrooms. So we have been researching, and there is a PC, which is a pre-approved document for DSA, right? DSA has already approved this classroom for many other sites. It is a 1350 classroom square with the restroom already built in it. The advantages here, it's probably written, it's not reading it right. The advantages here is that it's on a permanent foundation, which means it's grade on slab. So it's on the ground, right? I'm not going down a ramp every time I go outside, right? It's on ground. So we pour concrete slab and we build a building. It's already PC'd, so DSA's already approved them. Right now, do we have to go to DSA still? We do, because it's on a new location. The good news is when we go to DSA, you have to have a geological study showing the ground. Good news is we already got a company who said they'd go out there next Tuesday and do our geo reports, right? Which is going to have to be accompanying any drawings we do. No matter what we choose today, you have to have geotech, right? Because we are in a flood zone. So they may make us build that pad up 3 or 4 feet, right, depending on what the report says. Because Alum Rock is in a flood zone, so every 100 years we're going to flood, they say, in theory. Right, we live in California, so it doesn't happen, but they say it's possible. So anyways, this is a permanent building with a foundation. So I'll show you some pictures of that next. But ideally, we say, hey, move forward with this. We go to DSA next month. Before next month, we work with getting a design build company like you're going to see later with the different presentation. They design it. It's ready. They start building it in February in their factory, right? They don't have DSA approval, let's say, till April. The fact is they already know they're approved because they've already done these over and over, and so they will go ahead and build it. The thing that DSA will red flag is the foundation. Do you need to have grade beams, or does regular footings work? Because of the soil. The building doesn't matter. DSA won't care. So we can still get that started, and then as soon as they say, oh, it's grade beam, so we know what kind of foundation to put them on because of the soil, right? That's the only trigger that we have to find out with. And so that's the delay there.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Absolutely.
What if you went with more than 6 inches on the bedrock? Would that make a difference?
No. Once we get the geo report, it's going to tell us what we can do.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so that's kind of an option. So here's what it could look like, right? This is a modular building. These are actually TK and K buildings. This is another site up north, and these classrooms are 1350. They have the playground structure. It's all enclosed. They have, this is what's possible. And it'd be a new building. It'd be something that hopefully the parents of Adelante 1 and Adelante 2 would enjoy their kids coming to. And we could probably build our program bigger, better by having 9 new classrooms that were the wow factor, right? And I could probably build this before August 1st, this style, right? Here's the inside. So it's vaulted ceiling, lots of bright LED lights. It'd be, we'd have carpet in ours. I kind of tease this picture because the kids are sitting on high chairs. I mean, they're all tall, right? Which is great for the middle school, but it's really not good for our TK kinder, but it's more of an obstacle course. Over on the right-hand side, the picture you can't really see it, but there's a second door. So this one, both doors come out the front, and they're ground level. right? So there's no tripping hazards, there's no ramps. Being in maintenance forever, we will only fix the ramps about every other year, right? Those ramps go rotten quick. There's always skunks that get underneath those things, portables. So this is a different solution with a better timeline. Then we have our third option, which I shared with you in the one study session, right? This is remodeling a couple of the classroom wings to be TK and K. Once you touch a building more than 40%, it triggers a seismic retrofit for the entire building, right? Having to add bathrooms to these classrooms is very expensive because it's all concrete. I just got a saw cut from here to my office and then back over to Sandra's office, and well, that's cheap. No, it's not, right? New is better on grass, whether it's above ground as a portable or whether it's on slab on grade. They're both better than this option. This option going to DSA, and I shared with the board before, this is a good option, and we'll have it done by August of 27, not 26, right? This option is a great option, but we need another year. That's all the slides I have, but I'm here for questions and comments.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm sure that was a lot of work. Not my area of expertise, but very detailed. And I know that the committee met and I'm sure turned over every leaf and looked at all the different things. I do have a list of questions. And then as I was sitting here, I'm like, as a trustee, I don't want to ever leave with, I should have asked this or, because when we make decisions, they're impacting our children, our teachers, and future generations. So I'm trying to figure out which ones to start off with. So I guess, and I'm just going to go down the list, and then, if you can answer them or even repeat them if you said it and I just didn't hear it. So the parking drop-off, I know that, the pre-K through 8th grade, my guess would be certain timelines at different times to scatter the different number of students to then have the flow go through. In regards to the parking spots, looking at Adelante 1 and looking at Adelante 2, does Fisher accommodate at least those total?
On that current drawing, it does not. So we need to add additional. And I could, because that fire lane would go past the classrooms over to the left-hand side where we currently have a cricket field, right? We could add additional parking, right? And there's 2 extra acres there for that, which we could adapt. Like I said, we're trying to look at budget. We're trying to look at what we need to move in. It would be we need to have more parking right away. And like some of the sites, I'm adding gravel to places because we don't have a plan to put in asphalt parking lots. But we are working on that. And we could add that to this and get pricing for it as well. Mm-hmm. The other thing is I really did, as I walked the site months ago, the drop-off on the front really makes sense. And I shared with the board that we can't have grass, school districts can't have grass in the front yards anymore as of January of 28th. Well, that means tomorrow, right? The fact is there's a new code coming down 2028 that public buildings can't maintain grass in the fronts. You can do your fields, you can do soccer fields, football fields, baseball fields, but they're shutting down water on the front for government buildings. And so when I got here, we talked about, let's make the campuses, paint them all and add grass and bushes and make everything beautiful out front. There's no reason to spend the money now because in 2 years they're dead, right? So when I'm looking at these campuses, the same thing with Shepherd, we need to put, I've seen drawings of a driveway there, right? Get all the traffic off of Rough and Ready and make it on our campus, which makes way more sense, right? It just costs a little money, a couple $1 million. So as I'm looking at this site, I totally agree that would be awesome to have. There's only one PG box to miss. There's a couple things we have to get around there, but it's doable.
Okay, and then the cost, I saw the 3 different costs. Does that cost include the roofing and the heating?
Does not.
Okay, and I think that's, for me, as I move towards my last question or thought.
I should refrain from that. So on option 3, when the architect gave us that option, that was built in, right? The roofing was built in, the HVAC was built in, right? The fact that I don't need to go to DSA, it's easier to do it without and faster. That's why I pulled it out of option 1 and 2, right? So Those prices do not include the 2.1 or the 2.2325 numbers. Yeah.
In regards to the lunch, you know, having had a daughter in Adelante, and I remember it was like eat and go, eat and go.
Yeah.
Having helped, you know, as a parent, it's like, okay, eat, go. You know, next one's in already. Have we considered one, if the numbers, the total numbers that we're looking at of students, you know, that process of the lunch and the eating and even the space available for them to sit and eat?
So we haven't, on this site, we haven't gone through the lunch or the breakfast set of it. What I've thought of is, because there's 2 large outside canopies already there, adding 2 more, right, which is not in this price either. It's another addition. And also, one of the things we've done historically in my other district is we had outside kiosks, so you serve in this corner, and this corner, and this corner, so they don't all have to go to the cafeteria, right? They actually go here, and they go here, and, you know, and so you have the carts that they roll out, right? So our CNS group would have to, they're gonna combine everybody, right, because they still need them for that many kids, so they'd have people in those carts serving. So that's something we have to look at, logistics, right? It's pretty easy, but having a space to sit down and eat. Some could be outside under the covers, and we had a couple more shade covers. With inclement weather, it's gonna be a little challenge. Often with inclement weather, you can get those carts to the wings, and they can eat inside the classroom if it's pouring rain for 2 or 3 days. But not ideal. Sure, build a big cafeteria, another $5 million.
And I think, well, before I get to that comment and thought, I do want to honor our 8th grade teacher and Area E Board 6 through 8 director, Elvia, and some of these questions that I hadn't thought of. And I think these are more for the committee, and maybe Superintendent, you can help answer these. The first one, how was it the team formed, the committee formed? Oh, so I come up with these options.
The consolidation team was formed with support from the school principals. Yep, they were given a number of members to reach out to, and that was a community liaison, 3 staff members, ideally 1 from TK, from a primary, and then 1 from the middle grades and 1 from the middle school, the school counselor, 3 parents, and then the principals themselves and the assistant principal.
Okay, and that answers the rest of the questions. And I think last but not least, like, I'm just looking at the costs and, you know, looking at the costs that don't include HVAC and roofing. I know that when we decided as a board in December 2024 to consolidate, we had a task given pretty much by our Santa Clara County Office of Education, who were overseeing the process and making sure that we made those decisions. And we made tough decisions as a board, and it was a unanimous vote, and I was a part of it. And I think being that the main point of making those hard decisions were to save money, having the best interest of our children and staff and community, which is tough, considering our budget. I'm wondering, because as you're saying, like, I'm thinking Adelante 1 and Adelante 2, they both have HVAC, correct?
Correct.
I mean, just maybe minimal costs and, you know, the bucket, but a cost. And the roofing, age-wise?
The roofing needs to be replaced.
Needs to be replaced.
At all of
okay.
our sites.
Okay. I'm just wondering, like, is it the best decision to move there? And I'm not, you know, I'm not one to go back on decisions, right? Like, my word is my word, and I keep my word. And if the end of the day is to save money for our district and make the best decision with our funds, you know, and I don't want to just not consider the work that you've all done, right? Because I'm just in this kind of middle space of, like, I'm sure you've all thought about this and had these hard conversations of, like, would we save money, more money, if we stayed where we're at? Again, because when we make a decision, we're impacting the next generation, right? We're impacting the budget. And so I'm sure that if Santa Clara County saw a letter, I'm just saying, to say, we made this decision on December 2024, this was how much we were going to save. After looking at this, this is how much we're going to end up saving. If we don't do that, I'm sure they would be like, it's okay, you know, we get it. And so I just want to put that out there because I don't want to leave this meeting without putting that question up. So thank you, Board President.
You know, question to the administration, or to Eric. The cost of these would be paid out of bond fund,
Correct.
right? So what, you know, for the audience, the issue is bond funds are separate from unrestricted general fund, right? So we're trying to save money in the unrestricted general fund using restricted dollars that cannot be used for general operations to, to try to move forward with something. So basically, it would not, you know, these, so the county, so thank you for the answer, but I think that, you know, the County Office of Education would not take into account the use of bond funds because these are restricted dollars that cannot be used for any other purpose.
That's correct. General obligation bonds are designed specifically for facilities.
What's the pot of money? What's in the amount? What's the amount in the pot of money?
What's the balance?
That we are, like it just doesn't. Yeah, what are we spending on if we have like a bazillion dollars, right? Versus if we only had 13
Can you
million.
give us the balance before and after?
I can.
Okay. I didn't think so.
So right now, we have a balance of about $48 million in the bond. And this could take about half by the time we did everything for one site.
Sorry, a follow-up question. I don't know if this is, I don't think this is an Eric question, but maybe it is. Do we have other, projects in the pipeline drawing out?
Yes.
Like,
So one of the things, the district has a master plan that they had updated in 2022. And I have Nathan with Page Turn working on schematics of what that looks like for all of our sites, right? We have done an audit on the roofs. Most of the roofs are 25 years old in the district, okay? They need to be replaced. It's really a deferred maintenance project that we can run through a deferred maintenance money, but you can only do a couple a year, right? Bond money, we could do more, right? The fact is, we have a lot of leaking roofs. Fortunately, since I came on board 5 months ago, most of our biggest problems for roof leaks are the sites that we closed. So we made some good choices
Solved
there.
itself. Right. Yeah.
Except I have to make sure they're safe now, so we don't ruin those properties.
Yeah.
But those are the facts. But yes, we've done HVAC at a lot of places. We've done a lot of things. We need parking lots at 6 or 7 sites, right? Because we consolidated, we have parking needs most places, right? And so those are on the project list of what we need to do in the next couple years, right? So there are other projects, and every time I go talk to principals, I get a list. And I just stopped going and talking to them.
Yeah.
Because I get this list. But the fact is, there's a lot of need. The district needs a lot of love. The buildings are old, windows are old, right? There's just the sewer systems are old. We have, we purchased 2 restroom trailers that are going to be here in a couple weeks, and we're going to start remodeling restrooms at all the sites, right? Those are expensive. They're needed, right? The code's changing, but we haven't changed our restrooms since about 6 codes ago, maybe 20. So there is a lot of expense that we have in the district.
So I got a couple of questions. During our presentation at the meeting, let me start off with option 2. You identified risks of longer DSA approval on the school that when we compare it to options 1 and 3, because that's one of the cons that's identified in both in option 2.
Option 2 would be faster because it's modular and DSA, they've already had it at DSA, so they already seen it. We're just waiting for the geotech to tell us on the foundation. So 1 would be a longer DSA, and 3 would be the longest. 2 would be the shortest DSA type.
All right. In the presentation that we had, you mentioned that in option 1, that it was the most predictable schedule because we already own them. We have GSA tags on them. Does that in itself helps us, correct? The GSA tag?
It does help us if it was a double wide. So adding the 3rd one is going to make it more challenging. And so after our first meeting, we started realizing we need 1350, and we could do it right? And so we started running the numbers on that, and that's why that number changed on the front one, because TK and Kinder need to be bigger than 960, especially if you put a bathroom in them. Now they're gonna be like 900 square feet, right? And so that was the change from the first meeting, yes.
All right. And so, we have them, we'd be able to move them on site and then place them probably in the blacktops in preparation for when we get the green light to put them in place.
Correct. Yeah.
All right.
And the one question, the one thing that I didn't bring up is if we move 27 portables, 27 halves from sites, we're leaving a lot of sites open that we may have to do something with. Because if we take one away, now it's a perfect residence for somebody else. We'd have to frame that wall in or do something. So there'd be some work to the abandoned units, and the cosmetics of those sites where we pull those 27 from would also be jeopardy.
We have to do something with them anyways, regardless. I've seen an educational institution that has portables there for 20 years.
Yes.
We don't want to be that like that. With regard to the egress, the entrance and the exit right there in front of the lawn, what is your ballpark idea from the work that you've done in other places? You know,
Can we pull that
obviously
slide
I'm not
back up,
asking
please?
you to come up with exact
Absolutely.
figures, but
Yeah.
the area that we have to essentially pave over because it's illegal now to have grass.
Correct.
I think that would address the concerns that were raised.
Get the presentation back up, please. Thank you.
By
Nathan,
the
do you have a
time-
ballpark of what that may cost? I'll show you the layout, but as far as, because the way I would lay it out, let's see if I can find it here.
Are you looking at the fifth page, or are you looking at what page?
We're going to the first one, yeah. Oh, I jumped one more. Okay, so ideally, I would bring the road in on this first, let's see where I can find it
Where
here.
that number 4 is?
Number 4?
Number 5, I think.
So there's two walkways going to the white building, right?
Oh,
I
yeah.
would start it so that there's a little tiny white building to the right of that, that's an office. Okay, I would start there and come in off of the street, and then I'd go all the way down to the parking lot and through the parking lot. Now, when I do that is I would add parking spaces the entire curbage, right? So your fence that's against the sidewalk would have cars parked against it, pulled in at a 30-degree angle, right? And then you'd have a 20-foot driveway going all the way in front of the current admin building. Right there above the 4, there's a PG&E transformer, which we have to miss because we're not moving that because we can't afford to move it.
So you're saying it's gonna look like Linda Vistas?
It would, yes,
Okay, got it.
That would be ideal.
Yeah, that is ideal.
What do you think, ballpark, 4 million? 4.5 million? 400,000 or 500,000? But it's gonna be fire rated, so it's gonna have to go 12 inches deep for fire truck. I'd probably go. So 500,000-600,000 for that drop off.
Oh, thank you for that information. Obviously, you want to factor everything in. I know that would be benefit to the community who
Yeah.
expressed concerns. There's one community member that came out.
Yep, absolutely.
I saw some of the comments from other folks in the community who said this is the way it's been. This is our community. It's always been a school. And so I appreciate the feedback from the folks there that have provided comments via social media where they stated that they understand that it's in the morning, it's the evening. Obviously not ideal, but I'm glad that they've spoken. And then we do have an opportunity to address the concerns both of the parents who drop off their children as well as the community members. And I think it's a win-win. And it wouldn't cost us an arm and a leg based on the back of the envelope figures that we got here. So thank you for that information. I do want to, I really appreciate the work that you've done. This is exactly what I envisioned when we put forward the committee. Options that the board can go ahead and take in and then ultimately make a decision on how to move forward at breakneck speed so that we can get into that stage.
Just don't break a leg. I do have a question. Is there any way possible that you can put up the Linda Vista site so people could see what it looks like?
Sure. Can we Google
Can
Earth
you?
Linda Vista?
So that they could see the parking, the in and out,
Yes.
to give people an idea of
I
what it
believe we
would.
can.
Okay, thank you.
President Chavez, while they're looking for that, is it okay if I share the recommendation from the committee?
Sure.
Okay, so the committee after meeting recommends either option 1 or option 2.
You went like this.
Oh, did I say option one or option two? Sorry, I gotta go back to school.
Are you
Go back to
trying
kindergarten.
Okay, so I'm ready, go ahead. Yeah.
At this point, I'll go ahead and make a motion to move forward with option one. I think that it allows us to save some money that we can invest in the entrance, the exit. From the comments that you gave us at the committee, you mentioned that it's basically, you cut it, it becomes brand spanking new. And you said the lifespan of these is approximately 30 to 50 years, given the fact that it'll be a brand new. We've done brand new, so I'm comfortable with that option. For us to move forward.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay,
Trustee
so,
Quintero, I'm sorry. Did you want to add the parking lot?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
In addition, well, it won't be exact like that. It will be a lot more.
It's similar,
so
right.
the motion, please, Ms. Maribel, to add the parking lot,
To add the drive-through.
the drive-through.
move to option.
Yeah,
So-
move to
Option one and
approve
just add the
option one
parking
with
lot.
the addition of what is the proper language?
Drive-through.
The addendum of
No.
the egress.
Driveway.
I thought, yeah, drive-through or driveway.
Yeah.
The
Drive-
egress is the.
Drive-through
class
and
one.
additional parking
Correct.
spaces. And put, please, additional parking spaces.
So it'll be to add the drive-through, right?
Driveway and additional parking.
Driveway, driveway and
I think he's gonna amend the motion, 1 second.
Not amended, I'm still making it.
Okay, you're still.
She's writing it down.
I see you going for the mic.
driveway and
Or drop off
parking.
zone.
Okay.
And
No. There was already public comment taken. Please don't interrupt. Go ahead and make the motion.
in addition,
Excuse me, please. We're trying to deliberate here.
in-
Excuse me, I don't
addition-
want to have to tell you again.
In addition, I want to close off the motion with that, in the spirit of full transparency, so we make sure that everything is done properly and everybody is aware of how it took place. If we do not finish this project by the start of the next school year, we automatically reach out to Harvey Rose and have an audit of the project to ensure that they checked everything out and the reason why it was delayed. And so that is my motion. I'll go ahead and send it in writing so that you have the precise language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so,
Having a motion and I second it.
okay, did you get the second?
Yeah.
Okay, so all in favor of option one, we're gonna vote, please raise your hand. It's 5-0, motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, trustees.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
So the next item,
Is Eric again?
it is,
So the next item is on section business services, board discussion and/or action. The board may take an action on this, any of these items unless it is designated for information only.
so we have 3 different proposals.
Okay.
You get to choose who's first. We have 1 representative from each here, okay? And they're gonna be different proposals. So there's 3 different options.
Okay.
You can't see any of them, so you get to pick the first one. Kay Hill is first.
So are the,
Ron's back up later.
okay, thank you. I was just gonna ask.
JH is second.
And the third one, we already know. We already know who it is. Mickey Mouse.
Thank you. And Corfield is the third. Now we're keeping.
Good evening. I'm here, I'm Deidre Sakai, I'm with Dennis Walliver Kelly. I'm here to talk to you guys today about the workforce housing project. As you know, a long time ago, the board decided to do this as a design build project. Therefore, we'll be going through procurement according to Education Code 17250.60, which is for design build. We started out with a RFQ or request for qualifications, and we brought the shortlisted firms to the board, and the board, you know, had confirmed them. We're now on to the next section, which is the request for proposals. And the proposals have been submitted, they've been scored, presentations have been made to the selection committee. We're here today to talk about, we're not here to award a contract because no contract's been negotiated yet. What we're doing is, of the 3 firms who are presenting today, they're gonna do their presentation, then we're gonna have a presentation about the scoring and what went on in evaluating the proposals, and then a recommendation is gonna be made to the board. Then if you could, we're asking the board to confirm the recommendation or send it back to the committee with instructions. And then so that if somebody is confirmed today, we can move forward with negotiating the contract. And if we move forward with negotiating the contract, the idea would be we come back with the contract in January. If we don't select somebody today, then that'll get pushed out a little bit more. So I just wanted to do like the brief overview. We have other people here to do their presentations and show you what's been done and what's been provided. And the presentation will go through the in-depth process that was gone through in order to do the scoring for those things. Questions? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Deidre.
We had a PowerPoint. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We're the Cahill Piatalk team. Thank you for having us and the opportunity. Okay.
You want to sit in the front row?
There we go.
Or you're welcome to hold up the building, whatever.
Okay, we're just going to do quick, brief introductions of our team. Teresa.
Sure. I'm Teresa Ballard. I'm principal at Piatalk Architects. Piatalk is a regional Bay Area firm, been in business 41 years. We are focused on partnerships, and our partnership with Cahill is really important to us. We did our first modular project with them, our first design build project with them. We currently have under construction our first project literally on top of BART Tunnel with Cahill. I am an associate Design Build Institute of America member and have gone through all that training, and the collaboration process is really fundamental to Piatalk's work ethic. I will introduce my team. Janie.
Hi everyone, my name is Janie Madumba. I'm an architect and project manager at Piatalk, and I'm happy to be here to help present this project to you. And I will put it over to you, Herminio.
Hi, my name is Herminio Hernandez. I'm a senior designer at Piatalk Architects, been with the firm for 5 years. I love working in these type of projects as it helps me contribute to help out the community to help me achieve my goals of becoming an architect. Thanks.
Good evening, my name is Kathy Garrett. I'm a principal with MIG PGA. We are the landscape architect on the team. I'm delighted to be here. My firm's worked with Piatalk for more than 35 years and have completed more than 35 projects. Similarly with Cahill for several decades. So really it's the cohesion of the team that is part of what we bring.
And to start with the construction team, Cahill Contractors, my name is Arash Berdaran, principal in charge. Just want to, state the importance of workforce housing and part of our mission and our objectives, and providing that housing for the teachers and ensuring the success of the future generations. Turn it over to Matt.
I'm Matt Denig. Been with Cahill for 18 years. Part of my role here with this team is to kind of be the liaison between the design team and the construction team, and kind of shepherd that through an entire process from pre-construction all the way through construction. So turn it over to Superintendent Terry Schott.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Terry Schott. I'm a field superintendent. I have 40 years in the Carpenters Union. I've been with Cahill for 20 years. The last 3 projects I've completed have been housing, student housing, teacher housing. And we look forward to working with you on this project.
Thanks, Terry. So we're just briefly going to talk about our two firms, starting with Cahill. We're fourth generation family-owned business, been around for over 100 years. Our core values are very much in line with what we think it's going to take to deliver this project successfully. And hand it over to Teresa to talk a little bit about Pyatalk.
Sorry for all this musical chairs. We were told to give the same presentation you had before, so you're seeing
Actually,
it
I
with
like
all-
this.
We're keeping it fresh.
Yeah.
So Pyatalk, our roots are in originally in affordable housing and specifically for underserved communities and community-based design of affordable housing, and that has broadened into all kinds of housing, but deeply rooted in collaboration and engagement and partnership in order to ensure that we're designing for what the community, what the future residents, what the neighbors need, and not what a developer needs. You got it.
So again, we're going to get into this presentation, focusing mainly on kind of three items which we think we feel as differentiators for our team, and the first one being partnership and transparency, kind of rooted in our values that we just talked about. Second, community-centered design, and then third, delivering on the district goals. And then after that, we can open it up to questions and answers. So starting off with the first part of that, partnership and transparency, I'm going to turn it over to Matt to talk about that.
So one of the things that was in the first slide there, kind of talking about core values and or pillars for Pyatalk, is really the culture of collaboration. So that is something that our two teams we've been working together have, and that is something that we think that with the district and all the stakeholders for the district is going to be one of the most important parts of this project, is being able to collaboratively work together to find out exactly what your needs are, and all the needs of the future residents, also the community, the school. So.
Yes, as Matt said, we're a very collaborative team. We've done a number of projects together. The one most recent for me was working with Janie and Herminio at Stanford, two buildings, renovations for student housing. If you've never worked on Stanford campus, it can be very challenging. There's a lot of activity, a lot of students. Safety is a big core value of ours, making sure that all the students and neighbors are safe. I'll turn it over to Janie.
Thanks, Terry. That was a great experience working with Stanford and Blackwelder and Quillen. That was one of our first design build projects that we delivered really competently and efficiently, and we had a really great time. I think I have personally been a project manager on Ancora Place. Herminio also worked on that, and that was and also Camino 23, along with Chinatown Bar Station. They were the typical design build project that we also have worked with Cahill. So we have a lot of in-depth expertise together that we've been developing over our projects over the past 10, 20 plus years.
And to kind of just talk about some of the relevant workforce housing, in addition to the Coliseum Connections project that was on the previous slide, here are just a few of the other teacher housing, workforce housing projects that we've completed recently. All right, so kind of moving into method and strategic plan, we've got a couple of the stages of development up here on the stage. We've got project development, when we move into detailed design, project implementation, and then also into construction. And one of the important ones I'd like to point out in the very first part of that is design validation. So up until this point through this process, we've been pretty much working in a silo. We had some information, what the needs of the community were, what we were looking for, and we put a design together and priced it and tried to come up with something there. One of the first things that our team and your team, to be a collaborative team, is going to have to sit down and look at that project and that design to make sure that that's meeting your goals. And that's really kind of going to be the very first step in the partnership is trying to figure out what your needs are. To date, we've been doing our own thing, trying to figure out and come up with good ideas or solutions, things that will add value to the project. But that's going to be a very important part moving forward to start off.
So as the design actually evolves, we as architects are responsible for outlining the specifications and drawings and working with the GC to acquire any long lead items and also set the GMP set. I'll pass it to Teresa.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little bit about how the proposal that we put together differs from the original concept design that was presented to us in the RFP, and why we proposed a design that isn't identical to the one in the RFP. The reason for that is we're a design-build team, and that's what you look for in a design-build partnership. You want to identify what are your minimum needs, where are their efficiencies, and then how can you take advantage of those efficiencies to gain additional value. So working in a vacuum, not having yet the third member of our design-build partnership being the school district, we studied the original concept specifications to try to understand what are your priorities, and we studied the concept design to try to understand where do we have questions, where do we think there might be room for efficiencies, room to gain additional value. And we tried to start a dialogue with you through a design that asks questions. One of the questions that we had in looking at this is, what can we do about the freeway and the proximity of the freeway noise and air pollution that might affect this site? Another question that we asked ourselves is, what can we do to improve safety for children and pedestrians and limit how much car versus pedestrian conflicts there might be? Another question was about the simplicity of the structure. We have apartments that are stacked on top of open garages, and that immediately presents conflicts between needing steel for structure, needing to route plumbing, around parked cars. How can we gain some efficiency there? What can we do to enhance the open space? Right now, there are kind of two courtyards in a T shape. They're exactly the same as each other. There's no hierarchy of here is a place to sit and rest quietly, or here is a place to gather and have a party. How can we create a little more hierarchy in the open spaces, create some amenity for people? How can we also break this down into smaller clusters so it feels more intimate and like neighborhoods grouped together? So go to the next slide. Thanks. Okay, so here is a view of what it would be like in the courtyard that we're proposing. The parking garages have been pushed out to the perimeter along the freeway so that they are physically a barrier between the freeway on-ramp and the open space, the open windows. There's less noise, there's less particulates. We no longer have the stacking issue with the structure. We have more units that are on the ground with their front doors looking out onto the lovely courtyard, as opposed to, looking 20 feet away into their neighbor's living room windows, or being up on an upper level and having to climb over a garage to get home. Let me see. Go to the next slide, please. Thanks. Okay, so then this is looking at the community building. We decided, since we're gaining these advantages in our stacking, in our structure, what can we do to then add value back in? So there are ways that our proposed design delivers more than what you asked for.
And so that is in a larger community building. It has a big party room that folks can reserve for if they're going to have a big birthday party or if they're going to have a yoga class. And there are also ways that we can see that we could still achieve more efficiencies and more savings that we didn't yet start to propose. I mean, I will be honest and say the unit sizes in the conceptual design, they were very generous. And we do housing all over the Bay Area, and we do market rate high-end housing, and we do affordable low-income housing. And those were some generous unit sizes, and I think you could achieve savings there. The material specifications, they are maybe nicer than what we see in a typical new housing development in the Bay Area. Quality housing development, mind you. There is private outdoor space for every single unit, and that is also an area where you could achieve savings. And perhaps by creating more amenity in terms of a variety of outdoor spaces, a community building, a safer pedestrian experience coming from your car, perhaps it's okay to then scale back on what the actual units themselves are providing because people are living in a neighborhood that provides a nicer level of amenity, a nicer view, a nicer air quality for them. I will hand the mic over to Kathy to talk more about the site plan and the park.
Just building a little bit on what Teresa was just talking about, we were seeking opportunities from your site plan and seeing if there were ways that we could really create more meaningful open spaces and placemaking and recreation and increased play value in the park area. So to do that, looking first of all, as Teresa mentioned, pulling the parking, reducing the number of car conflicts with pedestrians and most particularly with children. You'll notice now that there's no road between the apartments and the park. So anyone who's using the park of any age is not having to cross a road. So there's not only one space for the open space in terms of square footage, but also that safety aspect. We also looked at the central courtyard, and in this site plan you can see the community room on the left and the apartments on the top right and bottom. And they surround a central courtyard, which has a hierarchy of open spaces. There's adjacent to the community room, there's a plaza space where it'd be a great place to gather with a big group, perhaps as a celebration, a graduation, or a birthday. And there are also spaces within this same central courtyard where you can meet with many smaller groups, groups of family size, or even individuals. The space is anchored by the central tree that's ultimately going to be the big tree that will provide shade in the central courtyard, a real focus to that space, as well as trellised covered areas to provide shade and some lawn area for playing or rolling on and also sitting on. As we move to thinking about that central courtyard, the range of uses, outdoor dining, of course the focus with the shade under the big tree, and seating for a range of different groups of people. But they have clear relationships with the community room and clear circulation paths. And in fact, in this site plan, you can see the circulation within the courtyard, but how it connects also particularly to the park. And looking more at the park, one of the things we were looking to do was really bolster the relationship not only with this workforce housing, teacher housing, but with the school itself, our immediate neighbor. And so the park could be used by both the school and also by the residents and the neighborhood as a whole. Some of the uses there are an informal outdoor classroom, play spaces for children, toddlers to 5-year-olds, and also for bigger kids, 5 to 12-year-olds. There's places for picnicking, gathering, and there's shaded spaces. You can see the clear connection with the housing, but also there's a good connection to the neighborhood and the school immediately adjacent. We also looked at bigger kids, a teenage hangout space for the hammock hangout, and then on the right, giving a little bit of a buffer to the edge of the park as it meets the neighborhood. There's a dog run, and of course within the park, plenty of places to gather and sit. And with that.
Thanks, Kathy. So next, lastly, we're going to talk about delivering on district goals. So we put not to exceed pricing together for the design build delivery for both the alternate design that we just walked through, which is the first number. And that, one thing just to point out there, that plan also includes 80 units versus the 78 residential units that was in the baseline plan. And secondly, we put a separate not-to-exceed price together, which is about $800,000 more for the original baseline estimate that was provided to us. So we found that the version that we proposed is just, it's more efficient in terms of the stacking of the layout and having the garages separated, and it simplifies the exterior facades, and that helps bring some of the cost down. But in terms of meeting your goals, again, what we put together is a not to exceed. We would look to, if selected, look to work with the district to work to the budget. We understand that the budget is a lower number, and work to that direction based on input from what is actual requirements versus what is a wish list item, and look for those opportunities, some of which Teresa mentioned, to bring the cost down and look at value engineering. We've also put together a life cycle cost analysis that we provided separately, which, despite the fact that we wouldn't be involved in the operation of maintenance of the building, that would inform some of the detailed design to ensure that we deliver on the project that long-term delivers the best product for the district. So, take it over to Terry to talk schedule.
All right, so just this is a very simplified schedule, and just it's really meant to point out kind of the pre-construction and construction. We're always talking about construction and how long it takes and the delays that can happen and everything. And in this, you'll kind of see that the pre-construction portion of this is actually longer than the construction, and there is a lot of information that is going to be happening in that pre-construction period with our team, with Piatok, and with the district. And that's actually one of the most important times, because there's a lot more opportunity for things to get pushed out, things to happen. So it's really important to not just focus on the construction timelines, but also all of the decision-making timelines and things that have to happen in order for construction to start.
I just want to briefly touch on how important it is for us to have good neighbor relationships. There's a lot of construction goes on, a lot of concrete trucks, a lot of concrete pumps, a lot of heavy equipment, and we like to work with the neighbors because we found out in the past that it's very important to keep them in the loop of what's happening as far as the schedule goes. We like to make sure that we have parking for our workers so that we don't invade the neighborhoods and things like that. If we have to get parking off-site, we can transport people in vans to keep the traffic down to a minimum.
Thank you. That's the end of our presentation, so open to questions.
There any questions? None, then thank you for your presentation. We'll bring on up the next panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Who's next?
JH.
Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to have us here today. We're extremely excited about this project and honored to have the opportunity to present our presentation. So our design build team, proposed team is J.H. Fitzmaurice as the general contractor and HK Architects as the architect. During this presentation, our agenda, we're going to be going over our team, our company histories, our experience, our proposal summary, which includes our method and strategic plan, our design proposal, our schedule, our price proposal, and our life cycle costs. So starting with introductions, I'll introduce myself. My name is Keon Hakimi. I'm Vice President and Project Executive at J.H. Fitzmaurice.
Hi, I'm Paul McKelvey, Principal of HKIT Architects.
I'm Graham Booth. I'm a Senior Project Manager at HKIT Architects.
And my name is Mo Hakimi. I'm President of J.H. Fitzmaurice, General Contractor.
So first, we'd like to share some slides of JHF's history. We were established in the late 1800s and incorporated in 1922 as a general contractor. Photo on the top left is the founder of JHF. He's pictured third from the right. This top middle photo is Bank of Italy, which JHF worked on in 1928, which is now known as Bank of America. Top right corner is UC Berkeley project in 1929. J.H. Fitzmaurice had done a lot of projects throughout the UC Berkeley campus at that time. And then the bottom left corner is JHF's company lunch in 1943, and the bottom middle picture is JHF Christmas dinner in 1944. And then the bottom right corner is the first concrete mix truck with the founder of the company, John Herbert Fitzmaurice, standing for JHF. And some additional photos of our company history. Top left corner is the Boy Scouts Amphitheater, which J.H. Fitzmaurice worked on. The photos in the center are concrete stamps that are still found today on the sidewalks of Oakland and Berkeley. And then the bottom right photo is a photo from 1962 with the JHF team working on some of the infrastructure and site work near the Oakland Coliseum.
Let's just say a few words about HKIT Architects. We're an Oakland-based firm. We were founded actually in Richmond in 1948. I'm the fourth generation of leadership of the firm. We have a 60-person office, and a bulk of our work is multifamily housing. We've done work with market rate nonprofit developers all over the Bay Area. In addition to housing, we also do school work. We do quite a bit of work with K through 12 school districts, and so we have an understanding of how school districts function and their culture, and we're really excited to be able to work on a project like this where we're providing workforce housing for a district.
Okay, and then so I guess I wasn't speaking into the mic, sorry. So going into the project team and our setup, our team principals and quality management we already introduced, which is Mo Hakimi and Paul. And our design build core management team is myself and Graham, who's also here. Architectural design team is going to be HKIT Architects. Pre-construction and construction team will be our senior project manager, Adele, and our pre-construction manager, Kai. And then our engineers and consultants will be ZFA Structural Engineers, Emerald City Engineers for MEP, Luck & Associates for Civil Engineering, and Fogline Studio as the landscape architect. And now moving on to shared experience. These are JHF and HKIT has worked with each other for over 25 years on various multifamily and workforce housing projects. Here's some few examples, being Riviera Family Apartments in Walnut Creek, Alameda Housing, North Housing in Alameda, Grayson Street Apartments in Berkeley, and Giant Road Family Housing in San Pablo. The first project here is North Housing Block A, PSH1, and Senior Housing. This consisted of 45 units of permanent supportive housing and 64 units of affordable senior housing. We actually just got our C of O about a month and a half ago. And the owner of this project was, developer was Alameda Housing Authority, and the architect was HKIT Architects. Then we have DeVries Place, 102 units of affordable multifamily housing located in Milpitas. The developer on this project was MidPen, and the architect was also HKIT. And then we have Estabrook Senior Housing, 51 units of affordable senior housing located in San Leandro, California. The developer was Eden Housing, and the architect was HKIT. So we discussed the history of JHF being incorporated since 1922, and over the past 30 years, our primary focus has been multifamily workforce housing. Constructed many units over the past 30 years, and we'll go over some recent examples. 705 Saramonte was a design-build project, teacher-faculty housing, consisting of 122 units. It was actually the first workforce housing project in the nation. It was completed about 4 years ago. And this project was located in Daly City, is located in Daly City. The owner is Jefferson Unified School District, and the architect of record, which was our design-build partner, was SVA Architects. Next project that we completed about a year and a half ago is called Casa Sueños, which is 181 units of affordable multifamily housing located in Oakland. The developer on this project was Bridge Housing and the Unity Council, and the architect of record was SVA Architects.
All right, so we've shown lots of buildings that we worked on together over the years, and HKT and Fitzmaurice, we have a really strong connection. I think we have a shared culture where we're both backgrounds in architecture, and we're really focused on community building. And I wanted to bring up this slide. We've shown a lot of big buildings, and really we're thinking about the scale of your project, so we thought we'd show some projects that were more comparable to what you're considering for the site. And I think the other thing to point out with these images too is you'll see there's not really any particular style. We are not going to come in and say, this is the style, you're going to take it or leave it. We believe we want to come to the community and listen, find out what's important to you, what styles you like, and work towards that. So our goal is to really build the buildings that look like they've always been there, buildings that they belong there, and buildings that are loved by the people who live there. And so we've done this time and time again from cities as diverse as Napa, Emeryville, Santa Clara, Richmond. We come to each site really to listen and learn and to provide what the community needs.
So to speak about our method is really about listening, and that's both within working with your internal team and then whatever project outreach you guys want to do, and really about documenting your wants and needs and working with our partners on the build side to basically evolve the project along so we're within your target budget and your target schedule, and it's about being flexible and being able to deal with unforeseen conditions as they're coming along, just to keep everything so we deliver on the day we're saying we're delivering.
So to touch base on pre-construction services that we provide as a team, some of the pre-construction services that we provide include providing quality assurance and quality control of the design drawings with constructability feedback, attending weekly OAC meetings with the design team and the design consultants, preparing pre-construction schedule with high priority list items and conditions of approval matrix, providing budget estimates as needed as the drawings develop, and preparing detailed scope sheets to make sure that subcontractors are providing accurate, uniform pricing and are not missing anything within their pricing. And then also we prepare 3D models to better understand site conditions This helps us assess the project site and also helps us communicate with our subcontractors to make sure that they're looking at everything holistically and not missing anything, so there's no scope gaps during the course of construction. An example of this is a project that we were recently awarded in Marin-San Quentin area. It's Oak Hill Apartments. It was a complicated site on a hillside, and from looking at the drawings, we were unable to understand the true topography of the site and the amount of earthwork and shoring that had to take place for the building. So essentially what we did is our team of in-house architects created these 3D models and presented to subcontractors and had Zoom meetings with them to clearly illustrate with them what we're looking for in terms of pricing to make sure that they submit a complete package to us. And then during the construction phase, there's coordination meetings, identifying conflicts, coordinating with outside agencies, quality control and quality assurance, RFIs, minimizing change orders on all of our projects for the last 4 years. Our change orders have been under 2% of the GMP. So we really strive to make sure that we limit change orders as much as possible.
I'm going to talk a minute about the design proposal. As I mentioned before, our process typically starts with conversations with the community. So in this case, we're working a bit in isolation. So this is really just to give you an example of how we would approach a project, how we would analyze a project, what we might take under consideration. And we appreciate the design work that's gone in so far to the basis design. We think there's definitely some positive moves that are made here in this design. But we do have some suggestions, ways to improve upon the base design that we think will make it a stronger community and also, well, having a similar appearance and layout. Without getting too far into the weeds, we looked at streamlining the circulation to stack the units a little bit differently, eliminate half of the stairwells that were in the original design. We also eliminated the freestanding community building, and we moved that inside one of the main buildings, which is much more efficient to have that as a room inside a building instead of its own freestanding structure. We also looked at massaging the facade a little bit, making sure we have the right size windows and doors to save some money. And we spent some time thinking about how we can incorporate our mechanical systems into the project and work out a design that would include some rooftop space like we have in these buildings here, so we can get some of the condensers and equipment off the ground and out of sight and on the roof. We spent some time looking at the landscaping as well and right-sizing some of the amenities there to save cost. So in summary, what we've sent pricing for this modified option is basically this scheme as it's been amended by us, our team. We did decide to spend time developing a second design that was a complete departure from this. Again, not to say that this is right or wrong, but we wanted to show you kind of an example of how we approach a project and how we think. One of the disadvantages of this scheme, in our opinion, was the prominence of the garages. As you come into the site, you're coming straight into a number of parking garages, and private garages kind of make the perimeter of the entire site. We thought it would be preferable to have those garages more tucked away. So in our alternate layout, we looked at moving the garages more internally and taking them sort of more out of sight to the back of the project, to the freeway side, and also create an interior parking court, possibly with like a grass-creek type paving. And our approach was to, the original scheme had one T-shaped courtyard. We thought it would be good to have two separate courtyards. Given the size of the development, that gives sort of nice, comfortable to these two communities of 30 units each. And the two courtyards allow us to do different amenities in each. So one could be an active courtyard, one could be more focused on child play uses, one could be focused more on the adults. So these two courtyards are connected to each other, and they're also connected to the park with a special paving system that connects all of these spaces. We put the community room in the front and center as you come into the development, as shown in that orange piece there. This is a concept rendering that envisions the layout that I just showed you, and keeping the same style as the basis design. Again, we would normally start with a conversation to get a sense of aesthetic and where the district wants to go. So we just put this here as an example as what that could look like. We also explored some other styles just for fun. This more modern style to see what that would look like. But the point is we can dress this building, we can give it whatever character we want, but we would really start with a discussion and what the preferences are of the district.
You understood that there was a reason why we had that look, correct?
The what?
The look with the tile and all that stuff, is
Yes.
so that it could blend into the community, similar to the community center. Just want to make sure that,
Yeah.
that we had these conversations about something that's going to completely stick out.
Sure.
Not blend into try to become part of it.
Yeah, so in that case, we would definitely want to go in the more traditional direction. So yeah, we can do that as well. I'm going to turn it over to the schedule. And I'm going to talk about the schedule. Our schedule is, I think in practical terms, we're looking at, and a lot of this depends on the city and their turnaround times for review, but we're looking at 9 to 10 months for our pre-design process and permitting, and then 18 to 2-year construction period, 18-month construction period.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, 9 to 10 months of design permitting, plan check, and then 18 months construction.
You said 18 to 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
The overall construction design build process is going to, the request was for 3 years, depending on how long it's going to take for the design and approval and permitting process, which we're anticipating 9 to 12 months based on HKID experience of working with the city of San Jose. The construction duration is somewhere between 18 to 20 months. A lot of it is going to be part of the infrastructure, the sanitary sewer, storm sewer, power and distribution, and that sort of thing. The next slide here are the cost proposals that we've already presented to the board and to part of the response. We're pretty much, all the three different schemes could be delivered almost at the same price range. I think our price range is about $56 million design build package. I can't see that far, so I don't exactly know all the numbers, but you all have that cost estimate in front of you.
We can't see that either.
What's that?
Yeah, we can't see it.
Okay.
I think it's 59.
So that's
59 million.
Yeah, that's all the cost and soft cost. Yeah, 59. Yeah. So.
So yeah, I mean that kind of touches base on the various price proposals and life cycle costs. I think Paul wanted to touch base on that.
Yeah. I mean, again, as we get into this, we're going to really want to revisit the program. The current design has a lot of parking and a lot of private garages. So one thing we talked about was evaluating, well, if there's a need for storage, but not necessarily a private garage, maybe we can provide storage rooms instead of garages. So there may be some creative ways we can save some money and still provide the same services and amenities to the residents. In terms of the work we've done together, and it's Mars, we've worked for years and years together, and our process typically is very involved from schematic design all the way through construction. We don't start working together, a month before construction. So we're really used to this process of collaborating and looking at various systems. So in terms of life cycle costs, because the district is going to own this property and over the long term, we're going to look hard at several systems that we have options for. So mechanical systems, for instance, we have 2 or 3 different options for heating and cooling units. So we can look at that not only in terms of first cost, but how's it going to pay out over 10 years, 20 years. So for things like mechanical systems, lighting, what roofing, if we end up with a tile roof or whatever else, we want to look at, what is the warranty period? Is this a 20-year roof? Is it a 50-year roof? So you can get a sense of like where you're going to have value, and maybe some of the first cost goes up a bit, but it's going to over the long term you have savings with better finishes. So that's in short what we're going to be doing as part of our vetting of this process in the early schematic phase.
And also, I wanted to chime in on the idea of having individual garages. We actually explore that on some other projects that we have garages. Garages are typically used for storage rooms, and people still park outside. So on a project that we worked together, every unit had a designated storage room. Storage room that's so many square feet, 200 square feet or somewhat, that is specifically for that tenant. And that is a lot more usable for the tenant himself. Apartment buildings typically don't have individual car garages. They're basically the wear and tear of the equipment and the garage doors and the remotes lost, and people keep coming to, having to exchange remotes and that sort of thing, upgrade it. So in our opinion, if it's not a highly desirable element of the design of the project, we could have substantial cost saving, providing storage room and having all on-site carport parking, and carports are going to be all with solar panels. So all the buildings, the 4 buildings could actually be supported by solar panels. Eliminate the garages, put individual storage room. The entire perimeter is going to be covered with carports that are solar panels, and basically make it solar friendly, the entire project. So it's something that we could explore. It actually did some studies that we were told that we're limited to what was presented before, and not to add any more material for this presentation.
So that pretty much concludes our presentation. If there's any questions, again, thank you all so much for taking the time to listen to our presentation.
Any trustees have any questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, I thought we got to keep the little toy house. Okay. You got it. Okay, you heard him. I got dibs on that one. I got a little kid that'll really enjoy it. Ooh, you're going the extra mile.
Wow.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know what I
Oh. Oh.
Right? Oh, they got it. That's your paperweight. You want a paperweight? You know what I like? That you can put like this, your book, and then just turn it. holding it for you. Mira, this is a estate quieto.
Are they different designs? Are those two different designs?
Will tell us right now?
No, this is sort of like a model in the carpet. That's the building sample.
Oh, wow. Yeah, layers and layers of laminated. Okay. All right, we're ready.
All right.
Do you want to wait for?
No? Oh, they didn't wait for me, so good, we're ready.
I like your style.
Let's get the show on the road, come on.
All right. Well, good evening, Board of Trustees. Everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Superintendent Garcia, district staff, and also the Alum Rock community. My name is Keith Craw. I'm presenting to you tonight the Core Builders Steinberg Hart team. And we're pleased to present our solution for the Alum Rock Workforce Housing Project. You're going to hear us continue to say through this presentation that we're going to be providing the most desirable rentable units. We're going to be the most safe and resilient, long-lasting structure, and it's going to be delivered by a local team, folks who live right here and work in San Jose for many, many years. As I mentioned, we've got a placemat in front of you. Since we're short on time, we'll stay away from introductions and just let you use that. And so one thing we added we thought was fun was we've all had a teacher or an education moment that meant something to us, so we put that quote on there. We thought it would be a nice way to connect. I'm the president of Core Builders. I've dedicated my career to both housing and K through 12 DSA construction. I actually was a project manager back in the Measure G days back here about 10 years ago and worked on the Linda Vista and Lindale sites as a PM. So we did some HVACs.
Yeah, but I've never seen you.
Hopefully that's a good thing, not a bad thing.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
To be determined. To be determined.
Hey, stay tuned. Go ahead.
All right. So, I'm using the term and uniquely qualified our team because, like Alum Rock, Core is actually an owner ourselves. We've been a developer in San Jose and builder in San Jose for many, many decades. So we know the toughness and what it takes to finance these projects, conceptualize them, entitle them, permit, build, and then actually where we think we can bring a lot of value is we own these buildings that function for decades to come, so we know the maintenance that's involved, how to keep them rented and filled. So we think we can offer a lot of that experience into this, and we think that's unique to our team. Something else is just in the past 2 years, we've done 6 SB 35 projects, which is the legislative engine that streamlines the entitlement process for these types of projects. Now I'm going to pass this on to a longtime colleague of mine, Katya McLean, who's the project architect.
My name is Katya McLean. I'm a partner with Steinberg Hart Architects. And that long-term friendship with Keith has spanned over 15 years. But what that really translates is that we have a design build team that has worked together. The projects that are at the bottom are some examples of things that we have done together, the two on the left. And that's important because there are no lessons learned. We know each other, we know how to work to budget, we know how to achieve a schedule together and work together in a collaborative process. We have done, again, approximately 255 homes delivered in 2 years, and this is actually this team working as, we're not just a marketing team, we're actually the people that work on the projects. Keith mentioned, but we actually have a lot of experience in education as well, so we understand K-12 districts, the importance of projects that have low maintenance, that you can maintain over time, and that provide a quality to either the students or your faculty or your staff. We also have about 150 residential projects entitled in San Jose. What that means is that this team knows Chu in the building department, Chris Burton in the planning department, Ruth Cueto, Banu, I went to school with her. So what that means is that we actually can accelerate the schedule and be predictable on those uncertainties that happen through the entitlements that are quite normal, but we have that experience in San Jose in residential projects. And we also have more than 300 units of workforce housing, having worked with 9 school districts in different capacities, but built projects with LAUSD, San Jose USD, San Jose Unified, and Morgan Hill Unified, and that also brings us some lessons learned. Next. I do. Yes. And what sets us apart is that we are 15 minutes away from your district, from the site. And what it's on the board is all the residential projects that Steinberg, Hart, and Culver's have done in San Jose. What this means is that we're 15 minutes away, depending if you take East Santa Clara or if you take the freeway. But what it means is that you have a team here during the design, that we can have design meetings as needed, that we can actually, also respond quite quickly during construction, but also at the end, we have a warranty team that is 15 minutes away from the project. Next. Okay, do you want to?
So I'm going to talk about sort of our methodology in this, and then I'm going to get off at the podium here and let the team highlight the rest of the team here. So as you can tell, we're passionate about, one, by how many accessories we brought, about housing and education construction. This project in particular being here in our backyard. But at that time, last January when this came out, unfortunately there were the fires down in Southern California, which was tough because many of us knew folks who lost their homes. And I was going through something with a friend of mine who ended up losing his home to the fires. And it just made me think, wow, we're in January, we're in the rainy season, and these fires are still occurring. And it just made me say, hey, in construction, we need to evolve with our environment here in California and think about this as we create new residential housing. And, doing the traditional method of wood framing, small wood frame members and just all those kinds of things that are highly combustible, just seems like we need to think about something different. And if you look at the quote, my quote on there from my teacher was, every single problem has multiple solutions. So I really wanted to focus this team here and assemble a team that would actually think about it a little bit differently. And Payal Prasad, our design manager, is going to come up and talk about our solution that we have for this.
Thank you so much, Steve. Hello, everybody. My name is Payal, and I will be the design manager working with the district and Steinberg Hart throughout the design process. I'm very excited to take this further and explain the solution that we have chosen for Alum Rock Workforce Housing. This addresses the heightened fire challenges that Keith just spoke about, which is so real in California. What we are achieving through this process is a very unique solution for all the district staff members to call home. Now, a few of you have seen that sample, which is in front of Linda. That is a sample of the mass timber frame, which we are proposing to use for construction. And if you can see, it's an engineered product and lends itself with a far better dimensional stability. Now, traditionally, we're all familiar that a project like this maybe would have been formed with walls which are made of wood studs, like that bottom right corner photo that we have, and the ceilings are made of joists. What we are proposing in this solution, the floor is made of mass timber, and the walls are made of pre-engineered light gauge metal studs. The floor could be as big as 12 feet by 48 feet panels. What that lends towards is a very expedited schedule, which my team member is gonna follow up on, which has helped us expedite the schedule and shave off a good 2 months from the construction. Now, of course, there are many benefits for using this mass timber solution. Some of them, like it has enhanced mold, pest resistance. Fire resistance is definitely one, which takes us back to the very reason why we chose this solution. There's this whole new level of sustainability in the project. And another benefit, like I would like to highlight before I hand it over to Katya again, who will dive deeper into the design solution, is what this mass timber adds is the ceilings inside the homes are exposed. That adds a lot of warmth and character as opposed to just a drywall soffit. And that is going to be gorgeous for whoever is living in the home. So thank you.
As the architect, I'm in charge of talking about design. And I love baseball, and if you remember the movie, if you build it, they will come. But if you have to build it with intention, you actually have to understand that this is a project that will help the district retain and recruit new staff members. And it needs to be a development that provides that community feeling and that belonging that will attract those residents, those future teachers, or staying those teachers that you already have, or the staff members. Next. So, I'll talk about those exposed ceilings and the units, but units are more than just walls and windows. Units are actually homes, and that's where life unfolds every day. And that's what we wanted to emphasize, in our design. We have a nice distribution of equity, different type of units. We have heard some of your board meetings last year, and you wanted to have some emphasis on having more 2 bedrooms. So we have provided some additional 2 bedrooms. We have light, cross ventilation, that is actually providing not just a sustainable project, but a project that provides that wellness for the residents. And then talking about the community as a whole, we are designing a complex that actually takes into consideration rentability, wellness, and belonging. So we also heard that covered parking was an amenity that you saw as a board. So that's why we actually kept a lot of the covered parking spaces. Something that we're adding to the project is a community garden that was not on the original program. We feel that it's an area where people can just come together and actually belong to the community. And the community building oriented close to the park, and we actually have already connected with Elba Raquel, who is a local artist, and she's actually a teacher. And we think that it would be a perfect area for a commission to do a mural and actually showcase the project next. And the 2 key important items that are deviation from the original design. First is we actually pushed the project away from City, and that is in order to help with noise and air quality. That way the project is more oriented towards urban plant. And providing a safe pedestrian direct connection to the park that the regional design did not have. And it also helps the pedestrian connectivity of the residential community with the park. And lastly, this is a community-oriented design, a design for belonging for all. So we are signatories of the KELSI. The KELSI is actually some standards and guidelines for universal design, so design for all. We have engaged, as I mentioned, a local artist, and we have a magical wood art that is a huge contribution to the community.
Hi, my name is Ann Johnston. I'm the Chief Experience Officer for Magical Bridge Foundation, and I'm standing in for Aleka, our founder tonight, because you couldn't make it. But we can't express enough how excited we are as a foundation to be part of this project and to be potentially working with you here in Allen Rock. I don't know if you're familiar with Magical Bridge Foundation. We started at Palo Alto. We build award-winning inclusive playgrounds that consider all ages and all abilities. Our work has been featured in the Smithsonian. We've been featured at the World Economic Forum. We've done great things, but what we're really excited about most is investing in our community. We do a lot of community work here. Our playgrounds, like I said, our parks really, they're designed for inclusion, and when you design for inclusion, everyone comes. So they really become a place, and this has really been proven in our projects. We have over 11 of them here in the Bay Area, where people just come together. People tend to stay longer. Actually, we know for a fact they stay twice as long. They talk more, they have more conversations, and real community is built. Along with our designs, we do programming. We work a lot with local schools. We would love to work with the school here. So that's a big part of what we do. We have a program called Combat Design. So there's usually a stage in our playground, there's community areas, and we help with the programming to really bring the area to life. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Suman. I'm a President of Operations and Core Builders. And what you've heard today, what you'll continue to hear from our presentation is centered around the themes around efficiency and productiveness. That productiveness will be with intentional and thoughtful actions. going through what my colleagues have mentioned before is that we understand what it takes to operate a project from entitlement through construction. And within that, we believe there are layers of efficiency that we can add. With the entitlement phase, understanding that we build projects with SB 35 and SB 330 to make sure that we can navigate those effectively and seamlessly. Getting into the creation of the design, development, and construction documents, leveraging the local officials that we represent, our partners with, the planning department, public works, building, fire, all the various entities that you need to get a project to the start of construction. And then also, last but not least, the construction aspect. We're touting a construction timeline of 16 months. And the reason that's possible is due to the efficiency and the intentional design of using mass timber, which allows us to have construction done off-site in prefabrication, which not only reduces the overall schedule time, but also minimizes our footprint in the area adjacent to the campus. As we move forward into construction, something of note is that we want to be a partner during construction and beyond. And during construction, what that looks like is being a part, how do you engage in our pre-construction meetings, getting updates during our architect contractor meetings, and then understanding and working with the sites. What is your build schedule? Working within your testing, so that when we have long leads and delivery items, that we're working, being mindful between the hours of 7:30 and 9, and 2 to 3, when there's that drop off from we all know is a challenge in itself. And last but not least, on that, the visual confirmation that the project is progressing. The really special part about this intentional design we have is that we're able to provide you with the visual confirmation of your direction you're building within a home. Now, moving on to what that means for the long-term investment in the turnkey development. We're not a contractor who's just going to turn over building and leave. As it was mentioned previously, we're 3.5 miles away. We're here to stay. We're a part of San Jose, and we're a collective group that's focused on building better communities. And what that means is that our warranty team, when you call them, is 3.5 miles away to be able to support you. Because what we want to do is support you in that way so that you over here can focus on what it is that you all do best, which is supporting and educating our future generations. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Scott so he can speak to the press proposal.
Scott Jones, the Chief Engineer for Corporation, currently the University of present that proposal to you. We worked very carefully together to come up with this design. We're very proud of this design. It's a quality design. It is the matter of pre-construction and it is also very economical construction costs that we have remember that it is efficient design areas and you heard about the accelerated construction. It works out to be a very efficient structure that's organized from stick frame and similar to the cost of a stick frame structure. Our process is to actually build what it is that we've had since the frame designs. We also have reached out to our subcontractors. We have reached out to our local subcontractors and about 60% of this cost has been passed by our local subcontractors. So we can work with the numbers that we have presented. Doing a lot of residential projects. I work with engineering portfolio with the client. Shops with the transparency
whole life cycle cost, we work with device engineering, our experts, and analyze the cost analysis, like repair, analysis, and I demonstrated here our 40-year lifespan, expected $6 million saving. I was found based on the transfer cost for the air conditioning system, which is not very efficient. We're improving that back to the process and say, well, that was a little bit of a couple of class back there, and we're back in for life cycle cost efficiency. We're very proud of the team. Very happy to be presenting this project to you tonight, and I'm looking forward to working with you and maybe this to have a very polite and happy memories.
Okay, so in closing, what I started with, we highly desired to be as a community that people wanted to live in. The safest, most resilient structure in terms of fire resistance, mold resistance, and just longevity, and by a local team. So, and we've been talking a lot, we presented this design when we do, we look forward to working with you, get your ideas, because it's been really one-sided, but this is a group project, it's a design build, community design build, so we're excited about this project, and we'd love to work with you if there are any questions.
I just want to, and maybe I'm missing it, but if there is there an amount for the original design and not to exceed amount, and then if it's design not to exceed the amount?
So, yeah, the original cost that we had put in for the original design, and the twos were very similar. So they're all around about $50 million. So about 47, 50 million. When you get back to design cost, so it gets up to about 50.
Thank you.
What's the distribution for the unit types?
78 units total, 22 one-bedrooms, 48 two-bedrooms, and 8 three-bedrooms.
It's absolutely limited. Like just imagine, plywood just blowing together. So, one of the experts is telling me that
Example, what we're proposing is 4-inch or 5-inch thick panel.
Okay, so, one of the things that you said that you're able to do it quicker because it's bringing it to the right? So, tell me exactly the pros and the cons of that.
So one, these panels come in like 12 feet by 48 feet panels. Instead of laying out joists on the side, you're basically bringing a big, imagine 4 times the size of the plywood, bringing something in. So that expedites the whole process. The walls are prefabricated off-site. They are light gauge metal studs. So the fact that the whole wall comes prefabricated again expedites the sketching considerably. Instead of bringing in studs and the traditional process is called stick framing, so you actually put the studs together on the side. So we're eliminating that process. So
all metal studs, you said?
the walls are metal studs. Yes.
So structurally, it's more solid?
That is, yes. And even from a mold resistance, that's why the insurance cost is considerably lower. One of the bigger risks in housing is water intrusion that causes mold. It gets completely eliminated by the system. I know Elba's name was mentioned, and I know she's done beautiful other art projects in the city. Is that a cost also that is included in this to all the paying her?
She did the room at the Kitzel Gardens, in front of the Music and Heritage Plaza, and she said do some relations at teacher. So we just thought, just having her as part of the team. So we were ready. Dr. Garwood met with her a couple of times, and she's excited to be working on the project. And she's fantastic. She actually did a little teacher, mural, a piece of art that is actually very pretty. So yes, information is important.
So what we're trying to enhance to is the materials. Materials are you would normally see them as a premium. So that's why many housing projects you'll see as traditional steel framing, 2x4, 2x6 studs, and the lightweight metal and the decks are more expensive generally. But because we're looking at this project as a life cycle and also speeding it being a speeding process, which shows us that's what it's competitive about the sales of the kind of talk more about like the thought process on the design of the
As part again of the homeland with the unit and providing additional 2 bedrooms, that's what our experience has been telling us that works best for workforce housing. Because there's typically a young family, even if it's just one single staff member or teacher, that second bedroom actually helps for them to develop. So that's the first enhancement, changing the unit types to actually have additional 2 bedrooms for what the unit design have. I'm going to go a little bit on the site plan. The other enhancement is by pushing away from 680, you actually have less noise intrusion into the units and better air quality into those units. You actually see that the ground floor, that's where the entrances of the garage are. So every single unit actually has access, visual access to an open space. So that's another one of the enhancements. The Kelsey guidelines that I mentioned, being mindful of universal design is another enhancement. And I truly believe in, I can supplement things, but I truly believe the Geological Bridges Park is a huge enhancement. I mean, it's an area actually that you ask us to do a rendering, so we have to put something there, but it's a great opportunity to actually work with the community to design something that belongs. And that's what Anne and our team will work towards, with you to figure it out. What does it really mean to be this place of Anne? Another one of the enhancements is bringing back that connection from the site to the nature. And there's a creek on the top part of the site plan that probably could use some love and some connection. So we're hoping that we can pedestrian, link there. We're hoping that that connection and bringing nature back to the community is another enhancement. Oh yes, and all the 2 bedrooms have 2 baths. And you may think, oh, this is like whatever, but it is a big deal. And we tried to be economical in the design, in order to meet the budget, but we definitely feel that it's a huge investment.
So that's what I was thinking about, the rentability. So ROI, the return on investment here. So let me ask you this: which ones, for example, like the windows that they use, because there's some that you can hear all the noise, and there's some that really can cancel out the noise. What kind of quality will we be looking at in that?
Noise typically is measured by the entire assembly. So when you actually test for noise, you test the entire wall and the windows part of it. But it's probably where more of the leakage is in terms of noise. So we actually have ST29, correct me if I'm not sure, that meets code, but it actually helps with the noise transmission. It's not at the top of the class, but it's definitely an STC rating that is meeting code, and it's what we do in most of our projects. And again, us putting away from 680, so it also helps mitigate the noise that we get into those units. everything in. And the reason why we wanted to show that is you can actually start seeing that there's cross ventilation. And those corridors can be, they're not going to be just walls and you don't know what's happening. You know, hopefully there's some quality also happening around the connectors in those tunnels. So yes, it's supposed to, I don't think that you see the bathroom on the right hand side. Oh, maybe you do. But yes, so it's on the left hand side you can see the kitchen and the living room, and then you see the bathroom and the bedroom on the right hand side. The entrance is actually through that corridor in the middle. Just imagine if you just go down and expand it. That would be. So I'm going to show you the plan. Put the building there and open it. That's what you would see inside. So imagine that and you just. So when you say cross ventilation, are you talking about central air? Yes, there are mechanical units, but we also provided a window. Once you enter the door to the right-hand side, you will see it. Probably it's better to see it on that 3D model, that we provide for the units. There's a window there next to the kitchen, and then there is the balcony on that side as well. I was looking for the unit. I'm like, where's my AC? Okay, yeah, I got it. So that cross ventilation is key because yes, you still have air conditioning, but there's actually many United States and San Jose that we don't need the air conditioning to be on. So just the ability to open the window in the kitchen, your sliding door, for the balconies, it's a great ability to just provide that cross ventilation in all of the units. Yeah, there's heating and cooling, yes. No, but I just wanted to make sure. But when I read it, like when you're reading several, it's like, is that better? Is this one? Thank you. And the good thing is you get the concept because I asked you for pros and cons and you didn't say cons. So that's a good selfie. Thought I remembered that all. But if there are any further questions, do you have any? Anybody else? Okay. We're going to take public comment on this. Yes. Sorry. Yes. I get my little mouse. But this one, instead of saying that. We're going to take public comment right now. Is there anybody? Sandra, what are you? No, I just have, I'm hoping that this is the right time for this because we are talking about public housing and being one that was on the committee. I enjoyed seeing the different issues and everything. But again, I wanted to bring to the attention that
school campus. Now that we have some surplus properties, I would ask Allen maybe look at putting this on a break for just a little bit to see if there is an actual better location where the workforce housing can be developed, and that, traffic can be looked at, the Puritan site, the George site, we have the Cassell site. I know that we're looking to lease property as well, but instead of just steamrolling and moving forward with this, if we can take a step back and see what is in the best interest for the long haul of the district. Thank you. Any more public comment? Is somebody going to bite them?
Yeah. I'll ask you in terms of, can we choose a team today but not move forward because we want to consider alternatives? I don't know if that's a you question or not.
Forward to do that, and if you want to, I think the design is not final yet, so that could be something we can do later. But if you tell me to get somebody who we're not going to necessarily award it yet, then there's not going to negotiate the contract. Yeah. Or we can do it when we negotiate the contract with the
stipulation that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Reiterating some of the project information that was from the presentations, the site is located next to the Renaissance at the school site. The original conceptual design for 70 units, an estimated budget of $15 million, and the project delivery method being design build, which has a single point of responsibility. Now, how do we get to tonight's milestone? Well, as you may remember, the process started with the release of the RFQ in December 2024. Following that, during the board meeting in June this year, the 3 teams that made it to the shortlist were announced. Then the RFQ package was issued in July with the proposals and responses to the package. scoring process. This committee included 4 members of the district staff, and the evaluation was based on best value to the district. Evaluation criteria. What was the maximum score for each category? So the categories are price, technical design, research and expertise, design proposal, life cycle costs, schedule, or agreement, where the teams have the opportunity to submit proposed edits, changes to the terms, and the agreement template was provided, and the interview. As you may notice, price and the design proposal categories are the ones, the 2 categories of the highest scoring application. Similar to the evaluation results, the maximum score was 375 points, and we're showing here the results of the average scoring, starting with core builders and standard parts, 58 points, followed by JH, engineers, and HKT architects with 4 points, followed by KL contractors and architects with 311 points. Some highlights, some of the main strengths from the top proposals identified by the evaluation committee are the project, schedule, and budget, the interview, and also having a local team with local knowledge. As for cost, the teams were asked to present pricing based on not to exceed amounts for their design and services for the regional conceptual design and enhancement versions of that conceptual design. Here we have in the top table the proposed pricing for the regional design, as you can see, ranging from 47 million to 73 million. The bottom table shows the proposed not to exceed amounts for the enhanced design of that conceptual regional design, ranging approximately from 15 to $72 million. We're noting that the team with DH Fixers and HKT presented also 2 additional options to that enhanced design based on the architectural design that was presented earlier, both for approximately $60 million. So regarding scheduling, is the proposed timeline from the top proposal for entitlement, permitting, construction, and project completion. Based on this, construction could potentially start the second quarter of 2027, with project completion potentially taking place in the fourth quarter of 2028. So tonight, staff would like to present to the board a recommendation resulting from the evaluation process. The recommendation is to proceed with design building negotiations with the team for builders and standard parts. This recommendation is basically the best overall value to the district, aligning to the district's goals for the project and the strong collaboration and transparency from the team. As for the next steps, first the staff will obtain the board approval to proceed with those negotiations locally tonight, with the goal of obtaining board approval for the contract award in January 2026. Any questions? I don't have any questions. I was going to make a motion to go with the recommended. For purposes of this
discussion? Well, there's inherent things with it, but we start with a not to exceed number, so not to exceed is not to exceed 1830. Of course, if the district changes, you know, where it's going to be or how big it's going to be, how many units or whatever it is, and it can't be designed into the budget, but you know, some change budget. We are working on the education code 17-250.60, which means that once we establish the GMP for the site, that there's a 10%. Without having to get into the forward change orders. I mean, it's sort of a protection, but it's not, doesn't mean we can't go over 10%. Not that we want to. I'm just saying that rule that applies to design and build projects, it does apply to the folks that are going to design, build, or design for this project. So, again, it's a newer statute, so in terms of how that exactly works, I mean, he only tell you about how it works and exactly do it. But, I mean, there's a lot of things in the process of it, and that's why you kind of do design build, and you want to have it not to exceed for that reason. So if there's something that comes up, that there's a way that it can be sort of like moved around, that things can be done in order to keep it within budget. And like I think one of the two talked about contingency, that's a lot of that is whatever how that's going to keep it budget. So everyone will think that to tell you, but that's sometimes where there could be some cost control or unexpected things. Well, I don't know. We have to ask the teams. I can't tell you what that would involve. I mean, like I said, the question is, can I do that in a contract? Yeah, I can fix that in a contract, but it's kind of like some time and money. You know, that's what I'm just saying.
I appreciate the comments that were made by Senator Hart. And we purposely made that committee similar to with real estate experts and senior representatives of those communities as well. And we all the people from the various unions and to go out there and start telling people we're going to change is very concerning because we went through this process. The reason that site was selected was very intentional. It was to make an investment into a very, very high-income community that would inject people to start around the world, all people who would be bringing people to the neighborhoods and giving them a place where they can live, they can afford, they can save up, and they help support the community, uplift the community. It was very intentional of why we selected it, and it wasn't just willy-nilly. We just chose it. There wasn't an entire process of voting and went through it. And so, I'm concerned that if we come out there and start saying we're going to change science, we're going to have to do a lot of the work that has already been done. We've invested heavily into EHB, who's already gone out there, began conversations at City Hall, and began the work to set this up and to change to in a different direction with having some moves along that type of direction that we're keeping this place right now. So, those are my
I think just by asking that question, I think, Vice President picks up, what he thinks my head is. I think I would just explain to the public that this is a $50 to $70 million project, so there's some concerns. I mean, as far as there's a momentum sites are, so I'm not sure if that was a way for any of those considerations.
Talking about that this is how it extends. This is not moving in to the district. But if I get it, you have your accounts and I went through the process and that obviously the plan B. And so we can agree without being disagreeable. And I appreciate your perspective. I just want to make sure that we bring in the history that has gone through the process so that people just don't simply disregard the work that was done and say, this is moving in the right direction. I feel like at the very least, if that's the choice, then it'll be done consciously, knowing that we're going to disregard what the work that was put in. We will not into a very, very extensive process of it that took place and all that type of stuff, and we'll do it, but the board will do it knowing that we're going to disregard that. So if that's the choice, then so be it. If that's the will of the board. So that was my intention of bringing it up. Because so far, we've been identifying this site, this is what we've been working towards, and to simply shift over is very, very concerning that as well. And so at no point in time is it going to look like this. I represent Rockwell, it's all my staff that's going to come in, not going to live there, and what this is going to support it, and they're going to say, well, and then they're going to have to live a high needs coming in. And so that was some of the criteria that, I think it's something that obviously we go with whatever the board chooses. It's that safe.
I just have a couple of comments before making a motion on ready. Having been a co-chair and sitting with Vice President Quintero and listening to the entire group, including Aria, who sat with us, we spent a lot of time, yes, and at the time when schools shut down. So I think I'm in agreement. As I mentioned earlier, the decisions we make will impact not just our staff and our school district and then now for future generations. And we want to make sure that this investment, one, that our teachers want to live in, right? So I think if teachers say we are not moving in there, then that's something we have to take into consideration if we're building workforce housing. And I really enjoy all three presentations who said they're going to take in the community input, right, before moving. And I'm sure that if we say, we've met again, we've brought the community together, and we've decided differently, because I want to make sure that we honor those who spent the time and sat and made that decision. That we take in consideration that it's not the board saying, oh, we're just going to change that and we're not going to listen to the stakeholders that got together. But if it's something that, as a community, as Allen Rock, we decide we're going to move in a different direction, and that's a majority, that as a board we're hopefully supporting that. So I think just more leaving it at a point where it could be, or we could just continue to where we're at now. Is important. Again, we do make decisions based on those that we're serving, and in this case, it's the staff who will be living there. And so, I'm open, right? That won't be a part of the motion that I'll make, but I'm definitely open.
Just in the spirit of being disagreeing about being disagreeable, I'm sorry if I misunderstood. I just thought I heard you say something about, bringing jobs to Allen Rock, and so I said, sites being, about, what I really meant to say was, no matter which site we go with, if one of the concerns is bringing jobs to the community, then, any one of our sites with small interest in this. If that makes sense. And not only jobs, but it's that area.
presentation, and it's going to be time that, because we're talking, what was presented was that we're going to get a building in October 2028. That's not going to happen. We have to push off to have a community to decide for a different site.
Situation,
city or any entity that has been involved, have they gone out already to the site to do any of the permitting works?
Not to my knowledge. We did have a meeting with the city who specifically had overview of the project to kind of present to the city online. So we haven't started with the entire process. The council is we're trying to do some legislation to help us streamline the process, just to have that when we haven't, not knowing the city has businesses and needs. I'd like to add, just for context and reference, the process of, let's say, the site is chosen. From that point, then we have to go through a feasibility study, which is feasibility site. So there is a time and financial information with consultants and to figure out what can be done on the site. And that's something that typically takes between 3 to 4 months. Just wanted to add that information. Thank you.
Do you have the cost of the report that would be the cost of the report?
I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I'm sorry?
Feasibility reports?
Yeah, I can't remember if we have, because we had it included not just the report, but also engaging all the different consultants. I have seen it, I think, maybe 50,000 or so. I'd rather confirm. 60,000. Okay, that sounds good. 60,000.
The permitting process that we're going through with regards to like they're typically go out and do some study and they come back and they give us the thumbs up to move forward. So what was that was and how we want to take it. So one of my concerns I share that side of that we had agreed when we did the action and after speaking with the DHC, they already did that report. That's part of the release of the report. Okay, thanks for that report. I appreciate it.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mayor? So you said that the problem of the liquid fraction. Can you elaborate on that more so that way we can know if we do put it there, what's going to happen?
Sure. Commonly we have properties or buildings next to creeks, rivers, and liquefaction. So you have soil movement another 10, 20, 30 feet. They do geotech studies. They do about 50 feet and they tell you if there's a problem. On this side, there was no problem. I've had problems in the past with next to creeks. So that was one of my first concerns when I got here and saw the location. I'm like, oh, man, check the geotech. Talking earlier and after works and everything else. It's a liquefaction concern at any one of those sites. Until you take the test, you don't know what you can do. The old code used to go 40 feet, now it goes 50 feet. Right? So when you go in the ground samples, sometimes it goes most likely is there, there's a dump, there's a trash place, sometimes it goes 30 feet down or stuff. So until you do it, don't get to guess.
Ready for a motion? Is there any more questions from the trustees? Okay. All right. So, motion to authorize staff to enter into contract negotiations with Core Builders and Steinberg Hart, which contract shall be subject to board approval and a subsequent open board meeting.
Yeah, last 2 minutes.
You want to amend it or make a motion? Yeah, she's got to break that down to make sure it's good.
Use a core purpose information. Yeah. Allow to, keeping an line condition and line solution that we can, examine the fund site.
with the amendment, so it's two, okay? Alright, so we submit a motion to go with the recommendation that we're getting for Core Builders and Steinberg Art. Because of the whole direction through it, it was before, but not now. So, another motion from somebody, let's see if we'll take that one and second that one.
Just before interview came, we were told that they accept the recommendation we have to go with. If any, we don't accept this recommendation, you have to justify why you chose a different proposal, correct?
You don't have to justify it, it's just you have to give us instructions on what to do to bring it back to you so we can get it going to some kind of conversation. I have a question, because since there's no motion on the floor. Is there something, information that I'm missing, that I didn't get? Because clearly, you know, obviously everyone was great, but clearly there's a process, and, you know, we have the results of that process. I trust and I honor the work of our staff and the work of that committee, or whatever it's called, group that got together to do this work. So I'm just wondering if there's information that was, I mean, she talked about a wrench. I just want to make sure that when I'm voting, that I have all that information. So I just have to go, what we're here today to do to talk about is whether or not you're going to give us instructions to start negotiations with one of the three parties. What you guys are going to do is that you're giving us also instruction that the negotiation would include the option of having to move the site, which we have no background on that information. And I'm not focused on that. Then I made another motion to go with the recommendation of just Core Builders and Steinberg Art without any amendments, but that wasn't taken on. So I'm just wondering if there's additional information that I might not have. No, I mean, your understanding is my understanding. Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure that I know. So Steve, go ahead. So, motion to accept the recommendation. Oh, they don't want me to make the motion. I said you can make any motion as you want. So, okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Please raise your hand. That's not a majority. What's the third? I don't know. There's only two here. I didn't see your hand. Let's just take the vote again. Let's just take the vote again. So, we just didn't see your hand. Okay, let's do roll call. The one in favor. Are you in favor? So, okay. I'm still waiting. Okay, you got three. Passes. It's 3-0-2. Say no? No, I'm not saying no. Excuse me. 3-0-2. Okay, let's put it this way. No, I'm taking it. Because it's already passed to, it's going to pass anyways. So because I want it to be more closer to the unanimous vote, so that to honor some other 5. Motion passes unanimously. Oh, you guys take a vote. Yeah. So you're an abstain. So, okay, 401. Motion passes unanimously. So moving on to the bond facilities, the board may take action on any item in this 6.1. Okay, 6.2, resolution authorizing technology procurement under public contract, section 2118.2. Motion to approve. I have a motion, do I have a second? Okay, any public comment on this item, 6.2? No public comment. Any trustee comment on this item? Okay, no trustee comment. All in favor, please raise your hand. 5-0, motion passes unanimously on 6.2. Now, bond facilities. Second. I have a motion and a second. Can you begin better? Can you raise your hand instead of speaking up? Thank you very much. I just want to thank all of those that applied to the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. I know it's a lot of work, and I know that we have some members that have been there for years, including Allison and a couple of others. So I just want to thank them for applying, and hopefully, if passed today, for their time of serving on this oversight committee. Vice chair of the bond committee at the time, and also working for the city for former trustee Frankfurter and former principal naming also. So especially thank them for their time and commitment to serving our Yeah, I have a couple questions I know that I asked her. While I was reviewing the board book, I'm just wondering if we got any response to the questions regarding Brian as a vendor, and if that would be any conflicts, and then also if we got an updated signature from Matt, because of what I had was 2023. So I'm just wondering if I can check with council about Brian Schmidt, and he said that would not be an issue since he's not in the district. And he did get an updated from Mr.
Yes, we're currently getting on that. Yes. Speaking to the attorney that we're filing for the currently had, because he served 2 years previously, so the 6 years total. Perfect. So,
okay, I thought it was 2 years, so Second. Second. getting there. And also just shout out to our our students who went and gave the trophies at the National Women's Soccer League event yesterday. It was like great. Like, I don't know that I've been to an event like that. It was live by ESPN. I mean, it was a real deal. There was instead of a red carpet, it was a blue carpet, and the girls got to go through the blue carpet and be interviewed and took pictures. It was just, I was very proud to sit there and be there yesterday. So shout out to all the girls, and then Bossy, I know we had a great collaboration with them. They've really taken the time to invest in our students, and that's a Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative. So just proud of our partnership and the work. I know they asked for the girls, and Sandra and staff were on it and made it happen. So good job again. Very, very, very proud to have that partnership. I'm looking forward to many more events like that. Thank you.
Items in closed session. Announcement. Okay. Number 2, conference with real property negotiation. Negotiations. Number 3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. There's one potential case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. And then conference with legal counsel on investigative findings. And appointment, employment, school principal, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, resignation.
Right, let's take public comments from Ryan. All right, we have closed session at
11:26. I'm going to jump the meeting. Our next meeting is December 18th.